Yes, and now it's picking it up. All right, that means I gotta go back to original positions. Hold on. Hey, welcome to HotA, everyone. Welcome to now it's picking it up. All right, that means I gotta where everything is a clusterfuck. Maybe like
there we go. Now I got the audio going.
A little bit of that. Rum shaker.
We're all set. Looks like audio's working, music's low. Our music's off. Where'd the music go? Almost about to start. Card thrower. I don't recognize you. Welcome.
What up, card thrower?
Is that one of your players?
Hey,
it's Robert.
No, it's not one of my players, but he is a very good player in our Monday game.
All right, I'm ready. Are you ready?
I feel like I'm feeling it from over here. Yes, Robert plays a very capable wizard who is just a heartbreaker, man. Just breaks all the ladies' hearts.
Oh, yeah? Worse than Finley? Well, what Finley wants to be?
He's getting there. He's getting there. Little slower than Finley's pace, but really good session on Monday where some shit went down. It was a good time.
All right, so we will get started. Welcome, everyone, to Red Dragon Inn. This is our Dungeons & Dragons talk show. We also host a 5th edition D&D homebrew campaign on Tuesday nights at 6:30 p.m. Pacific. So we welcome anybody to come watch that with us. But on Wednesdays, we normally get together and we have a group of people to talk about anything D&D, and we have varying topics. But tonight we just wanted to do a one-on-one with myself and Kyle, and we're just gonna talk about DMing in general. But my name's...
How's it go again? What's that called?
What's what called?
Yeah, DMing.
My name's Shaun Steele. I live in Idaho. We've been trying to get this channel up and running for I don't know how many months now, but it's slowly starting to get there. Getting a little bit of a fan base, so welcome everybody. Let Kyle introduce himself.
Kyle, that's me from York, PA. On our Tuesday night games for HotA, Horsemen of the Apocalypse, I play everyone's favorite halfling bard, Fiddly Shenanigan. But on Wednesdays, Kyle likes to dial it down a little bit, smooth it out, put on the fireside robe, break out the fireside fire, and just chill out with his buddy DM Shaun here, and we just talk about stuff on our Red Dragon Inn. Red Dragon Inn, for those of you who don't know, is our kind of where our whole journey started on Tuesday. We started in a tavern, so that's the thing, and it's kind of a little play on words to have it be our little talk show that we, as Shaun mentioned, we talk about certain topics. We've had guests on, so it's really fun. And as you know, if any of you play D&D and you start talking D&D with your friends, 1 hour becomes 4 very quickly. So it's always a good time. And
your furnace is getting picked up a lot.
God, stupid heat. This is never a problem other days. Of course, it's today of all days. It's going to pick it up, but hopefully it'll shut off here in a second. Do you want me to just talk louder?
Just keep going normal, I guess.
Okay.
But
other cool stuff coming up. We're looking to start the campaign in January. We're looking to start PvP up in January. Robert is actually one of the players who I believe sent an application in, Shaun. Card throw over there. So I think we're at like 6 out of 8. So a couple more people. We'll flesh out the character classes and really get a good feel for everything and hash out some of the rules. And then myself and Connor are going to take the reins on that and go nuts and just have some fun with it and see where it goes from there. And hopefully it's a good time, which I'm sure it will be, and we'll do many more after that. But lots of fun stuff coming. But tonight we're just gonna let it all hang out, which is why you can't see my pants. I'm just wearing a robe and a shirt and a hat.
Yeah. So we're gonna be just talking about DMing and maybe some stuff about the channel. And normally our Red Dragon Inn is more scripted, and we have a lot more people. We're getting close to the holiday. The whole holiday season and stuff, so we want to do just something kind of personal, a little homey, and so we'll be talking about random D&D stuff, and we welcome anyone in the chat to be saying stuff. It will pop up on the stream as well, and we'll try to interact with you guys as much as possible. So if there's any questions you guys have about anything D&D related, or about us or our stream, anything you guys want to talk about, it doesn't even have to be about D&D. We're just kind of just hanging out today, and so with us, looks like we got Card Thrower, and I think that might be it that's talking right now.
Shadow Kills 69.
Where is everyone? Yeah, where is everyone? Yeah, everyone is off tonight, so it's just gonna be us. Let's see, Card Thrower. Ever had to fudge a dice roll to save a PC's life? Ooh, that's a good question.
Right into the DM, and I love it.
Yeah,
go ahead, DM. You're the DM here, DM, and I'll pick up as a co-DM on that question.
Let's see. I fudge dice rolls when need be. I don't think I've ever had to do it to save someone's life. I'm okay with players dying, but the party in and of itself, I think, has enough care about nobody dying that they do everything possible that I don't need to also throw a safety net down for that. So I'm okay with the player dying because it's a magical world, and there's lots of ways that you can bring people back or remedy the situation. I think that if somebody dies, they should die. You don't necessarily have to have them permanently gone unless that fits the storyline. So some campaigns are set up to where if you die, you're out. I think that's fine. It kind of depends, I think, on the setting and the theme. Like, for instance, our campaign we're going to be doing is going to be anywhere between 1 year and 2 years recurring, and we're broadcasting it. We're going to have followers who are going to be attached to players, and it's just a better production side to not have those characters die off. But there should be some kind of not punishment, but ramifications for dying. So I think that you just kind of have to evaluate the setting. If it's just a tabletop game with you and your friends, and someone's okay with rolling a new character and it fits the story, like, I think that's definitely okay too. It just depends on what you're doing. What do you think, Kyle? Have you ever done that?
I mean, yeah. I mean, with from a DM perspective, I DM'd. We had to kind of pause my kids' game for a little bit, but there was a couple times where, in fact, one time in particular, I can remember where one of my kids' characters went belly up.
Yeah.
Of all people, I'm like taking down my kids' characters. So I mean, we discussed that. That this is a game where the story and the dice and things happen, and they're old enough to understand that. But not that I was going out specifically for blood, but kind of. But anyway, but yeah, I mean, one went down, and the other, I think, had Revivify and got over there in the first minute to bring him back. So all's well that ends well. But I mean, if it happens, it happens, and it's one of those things too, from maybe more of a DM perspective, where like if you know that there's a fight coming, you know that there's going to be combat, there's going to be a big bad, like you want to bring it to the players where there's that mutual agreement where, hey, they're trying to kill your bad guy, so you should be able to go after them too. Mm-hmm. I mean, there's certain circumstances where maybe they do something out of character or something that's not in a combat-ready death scenario that I thought about, but that's okay. That's D&D in a nutshell. Like, but in terms of like fudging a roll, I don't think I've ever fudged one. I like it when the dice tell a story. I mean, just yesterday at Roll20, the dice were telling all kinds of fun stories in our game. So
yeah,
you just kind of roll with it. Hence why it's a role-playing game, and you roll dice to do it. So, that's really it. I mean, I haven't really fudged dice rolls in terms of players dying, but maybe if there was DCs involved or something, if it was something that kind of character class was good at, I'll adjust DCs and stuff depending on who's doing it. But
yeah,
honestly, for the most part, I can't think of anything where I've fudged a roll where like my bad guy rolled a 36. I'm like, oh, he only rolled a 2. I missed. Oh man, nothing like that.
Yeah. So something that we do while we're playing our games is, while we're playing, any ruling that I make, you just go with it, whether you disagree with it, whether it goes against the book or whatever. But then afterwards, we have a decompression where we talk about things that went well, things that could have gone better, stuff like that. And it's really good for all of us to learn each other's play styles, help refine each other, get better at playing and running games and stuff like that. And some of the feedback that I got from the players during these decompressions, it was about how I used to do it was, like, if I knew for sure they weren't going to work on something, I would still have them roll. But the players didn't like that because they would sometimes roll really well, and I would still say, no, it doesn't work. Like, you can't do that because I preconceive that this thing can't work. And so a player who's very adamant about, just tell us no. Like, you can't do that, it doesn't work, or whatever, just make that DM ruling. So I think that's a really big thing, is players don't want to feel kind of cheated on things. And if you're going to fudge rolls, it's got to be stuff where they have no clue. You never want a player to have any kind of clue of it being fudged, and even if they ask you, like, after the game's over, don't talk about fudging rolls. It needs to just appear that everything went how it was fated to be. But don't be afraid of saying no in a moment, where no matter what they could do will change it, so that way they just can move on instead of getting twisted on it. Let's see.
How often have you had to kind of wrangle in the players from doing something extreme?
Isn't that is D&D in a nutshell? Isn't it?
That is D&D.
The herding of cats with a water gun. Yeah. That's get back here.
Again, a lot of these questions are going to be in context of how we're running our game is a lot different than most games out there, because we are putting on a show. We have to be entertaining. We have to stick to a certain production value. Because even though you're a player in a home game, you're having fun, you're being entertained because you and your friends are doing whatever it is you want to do and exploring the DM's story. But if you had a third-party person sitting in the living room watching your game, not everything is going to be entertaining for them. So, because they're not getting to do anything, there's oftentimes like the shopping or just random things that need to be done while playing D&D in a campaign setting that is not interesting to watch. So we try to minimize that stuff for our game, because we're trying to always be entertaining. There are going to be those times where it's less entertaining, but we always want to have something going. So I think a trick for kind of minimizing that stuff even at a home game, it would be to any kind of downtime stuff do before the games, like do during the week. text or DM or whatever, get that stuff done, so that way when you're actually playing, it can streamline, because that's what we, our kind of stuff is anything that could bog down stream time, we do in the week prior to. And then there's also little things that you can change in the game too, to make it to where, like currency, we kind of threw that out the window for this campaign. Like, just if they need stuff, they have a plethora of gold, they just buy it, and anything important they're going to be acquiring through questing and stuff like that during the campaign. So there's a lot of little tweaks you can do to just streamline it to be just the fun stuff. But wrangle the players in from doing something extreme. You try to anticipate as a DM anything crazy that they could do and kind of set up barriers so they can't break the game. So you don't definitely want them to break it. But I don't think you should ever punish players, though, for thinking outside of the box. And if they come up with a strategy or an idea that you didn't think of, that's the whole point. That's what's fun for them, is that collaboration and that, the coming up with those ideas. They should be rewarded, and you just need to be good at improv, I guess, coming up with something on the fly and maybe pre-planning loose ideas for backup plans. You don't want to spend hours and hours doing stuff that they're never going to do, but just have concepts as a backup. For an example, like you guys jumping in the river last night with the inflatable thing going, like, I didn't think you guys would be going, No, we just...
Yeah, that's not the exit, is it?
Well, it is now. Yeah, but, but that's great. That's the great thing about D&D, and honestly, that was the funnest moment of the game. I had the most fun. So
yeah.
I think from a DM standpoint, when you know what's going to happen for the most part, you know the storyline, you know the plot twists and everything, there's nothing exciting for you as far as the wonder of what could happen. So in those moments, it's exciting for me personally too, because I don't know what's gonna happen, so I'm in it with you guys too. I don't know, I think that's the purest moments in D&D is when nobody knows what the hell's gonna happen, and we just take turns, roll dice, and the dice tell the story.
Yeah. I mean, the one thing I would say to that, well, I have a couple things, but the one thing that came to my mind right away with herding cats is that's also how I described DMing for my kids' game, because you think it's crazy trying to get adults to do something. Try that with a 9 and 11-year-old, or 10 and 8 when we first started playing. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's super fun. I mean, the stuff that kids can come up with, you want to talk about thinking outside the box,
right.
There's a bridge, we need to cross it. Most people will be like, okay, how does the bridge look? Is it structurally sound? Can I roll insight on the bridge or investigation? They're like, are there any birds nearby? I don't know. Roll perception check. Yeah, there's a couple birds. All right. I want to wrangle the birds, because that bridge just does not look safe. But you didn't even look at it. That doesn't matter. I want those birds, and I'm going to tie them off, and I'm going to fly over this thing. Be like, okay, well, let's see how it goes. I mean, there's nothing there's not too many things in the book that goes with that. And that's just one crazy example, but these are things that happen in an adult game, let alone a kid's game. So, just having a good overall concept. One thing that I did wrong, if you want to call that a word, in DMing when I first started for the kids game was the first thing that I DM'd for. And, as a DM, you have the story, and you kind of have maybe 73% of it mapped out in your mind. And of that 73%, excuse me, maybe 50% of that is actually on paper, and the rest of it's floating around your brain. And there's still that extra little, 27% that's still floating around that's not done yet. But for my kids' game, interestingly enough, it's almost I feel I wish we could have had a session 0 just to talk about that in terms of expectations, because we didn't. I didn't even know that was a thing. Mm-hmm. That's how much of a baby I was at it. So I'm going to get to that point in a second. Mm-hmm. But just setting expectations, even for the kids' game, would have been great, because I could tell that I was getting frustrated when, this, in the session, I was like, all right, we're going to do this, this, and this. However we get there is fine, but let's just get these 3 things done today in my mind. Mm-hmm. Well, if we got maybe the first part of that done, that would have been a great day, because I mean, that's just how that game went. And
looking back on it now, and towards the end, until we had to pause the game, I could see just in my own self of like, it's supposed to be fun, man.
Yeah.
Like, just let the reins go and let them try to wrangle birds and stuff. And if they roll a 19 or a natural 20, they roped up a swarm of birds and they flew it over like balloons or something. Like, whatever, dude. It's kids. Like, they love that kind of stuff. And they're there for fun, too. And you want them to get hooked that they play longer. I mean, honestly, it's the same for your adult players, too. Like, if they want to try to do something crazy, in your mind, set the DC for it. If they do it, like you said, improv, think on the spot, think of something cool to do. Like, jumping in the river yesterday. I do not think that was a planned thing, but as a DM, that's what your player just did. So roll with it. And another thing that you said, too, that's actually a really good point is, let's say your character, your PC goes and they're like, are there any, what's around here? And you just make up some random bullshit. There's some crates or some vases. I look in all the crates. Well, in that moment, you're like, shit, I didn't think they're going to look at the crates, but of course they're going to look at the crates. It's a game. It's a video game, right? Of course you look in the crates and you smash all the vases to see if there's stuff in them. Sometimes there is, and sometimes maybe you just have that little pre-planned thing. It's like, oh my gosh, you can't believe it. There's beef jerky in these things. Like, who cares? Whatever. But like you said, don't always neglect or negative just doing even those little kind of things. You know what I mean? Like, just go with the flow of it and have some things ready and be ready for the improv. And going back full circle to the very beginning of Herding Cats, I mean, that's definitely, session 0 was probably one of the most important things that I found when it comes to being a DM, is setting those expectations for your players in the beginning. Like, we, for the most part, we all know the term sandbox, and we know the term, railroads, and we know, open concepts and all that kind of thing. So really kind of setting those parameters, like you said before, gives your players a little bit of idea of how big their blinders are. If my DM, I want to run my players through a game. It's going to be very storyline based. It's going to be very ABCD. It's not going to be open world video game stuff. It's this goes to this, goes to this. And if everyone agrees to that, that's fine. Then maybe your cat herding.
You gotta jump over them, yeah.
Who knows at that point?
Acrobat check.
Those that's the one that I would fail. But anyway, the point is that, if the blinders are like this, then everyone agrees to that, that's fine. But if you do, sandbox where it's more open world, where the blinders are off, as a DM, you kind of have to know your own skills in that too. So that's a really good question. I think that session 0 might be the best answer for that, in my opinion, to handle that kind of thing.
And so much of playing D&D well, that's perspective as well. Different people have different takes of what good role-playing is. But just getting good at playing, it just takes time. You gotta put in the hours. You gotta game after game after game, and it helps to play with different groups of people. If you're running a game, have different groups. If you always have some groups always run, like, say on Roll20, where they just do like a 1 or 2 shot, and they're always having new people come in, new people. Those people actually learn a lot of DMing skills very quickly, because they're getting a bunch of different play styles and different people to learn from. There is some downsides to playing with this only one group for an extended period of time, even if it's a couple different campaigns, because you all kind of are going to fall into a same groove over and over again. So some things that you can do to try to keep that from happening would be to, like, you have to purposefully change things up just to keep it fresh, because you don't want it to be the same thing over and over. But with the perspectives, different people have fun playing in different ways. They build characters who are going to also have their own preferences as well. Like, for instance, Kurtz is played by Dylan in our campaign, and Dylan loves puzzles personally. So, like, our last game was very puzzle heavy. There were 7 puzzles before they could proceed, and that's a lot of puzzles. And Dylan, as a player, really enjoyed it, but his character isn't that kind of person. So so puzzles are kind of a tricky thing. It's like, well, do you play it as a player or do you play it as a character? or do you try to find a balance of the two? So there's so many dynamics. There's not really a blanket answer, I think, for this. A lot of it's just going to be experience and trial and error, really.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Next question. Good questions, guys. I like them. They're good.
Keep them coming. We don't have anything planned to talk about, so whatever you guys want to talk about.
The only real like topic overhead that we had was that we were going to take more of a DM perspective. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to answer the questions from more of a DM side. So like the next one was from our boy Card Thrower, aka Robert the Magnificent. Most memorable role play moment. So I guess it could still be DM related, as in DM role playing for your group.
You want to take this one first?
Sure. As a DM, gosh, it's like pick a game. So, okay, I will say kind of sort of role-playing, but a little bit of overall storyline stuff, too. In my game that I DM for on Wednesdays, we run a steampunk-themed D&D game, which is pretty fun to do. Lots of mechanics in that, get it? See what I did there? Anyway, so I'm just going to pick that game for example right now. A pretty memorable moment that was really kind of fun. Even speaking about like hurdling cats. I'm hurdling cats again. Jeez Louise. Herding cats. You have so many players and so many different perspectives, and which is really cool because when there's a topic that comes up that can really lead to some really good role play when opinions differ, right? So to give like the Cliff Note bullet point version, it was the first like mini story arc in the beginning of our game to bring my players together, right?
That's really important.
Right, yeah. So I gotta like kind of nail this, or like they're like some characters will be like, I don't need this group and leave, and then they got to make a new character or something. We got to figure that out, but whatever. But what was really cool was that, again, the bullet point version is in this city of Azeros, there's these two feuding families, right? And they're kind of thrown into the middle of it where in the beginning of the game, they meet one side of the family. So they get all the one side of that family's perspective of something that happened in the past while these two families fight over the city, basically. And there's a river between the two sides. Mm-hmm. And then lo and behold, eventually they get to the other side where they meet with the other family, and lo and behold, once you know it, they have their own version of the story, why the other family is the one who started this feud. So there's this generational problem that is coming to a head where both sides are like beefing up their inventory and their weaponry. They're getting ready to attack both sides. It's going to be an all-out city blood feud, and the group is kind of in the middle because they met the other group first, but now that they met the other group, now they're like, what are we supposed to do? Mm-hmm. And lo and behold, they eventually do like some research and like do this and that, and fast forward. They actually come to an arrangement where they actually bring the families together and present all the evidence and kind of explain the situation of the story. And then there's no, I was like, this is great. This is amazing. Like, how did this happen? Like, in terms of my order of them actually diplomatically solving the family blood feud that was generational in the city, that was coming to a, let's just get this over with. And they did plan F. Mm-hmm. A was side with one side, B was side with the other one, C was like leave, D was fight for both of them, E was kill everyone, whatever. And then F was like, well, let's why can't we just shake hands and figure this out? Mm. So in terms of like a DM role-playing memorable moment, that was freaking awesome. Like, that was like, and then just to kind of maybe necessarily like reward that, as a DM, I gave them all mini boons, right? Like, that's a thing that you could just do. So as like the reward for that kind of thought process of not everything always needs to be, hey, look, there's a thing, shoot it, and then, or stab it, and then we'll figure it out later. They did so, and they worked together as a group, and one side, after this was all over again, fast forward, there was an NPC involved that they were deciding what to do with him because he was one of the sons. Anyway, they were really feuding back and forth of what to do. Would they execute him? Would they keep him in prison? Would they let him go? And like all these different character perspectives were fighting over that after they had just worked together really well to solve the problem in the first place. So, oh my gosh, it was like such a good way to start the story. And now we're moving forward, and all these different character paths are coming together. So, again, if I had to pick one memorable moment right off the top of my head, it would be that, because that just planted a seed for like the rest of this game for my players. And that's really cool, man. Besides all the crazy hijink things that my kids did in their game, I mean, that'll take up a long time. But yeah.
I think I've already shared a couple times my favorite moment in all the D&D games I've been in. So I won't share that one again. But there was a campaign I had. It lasted maybe about 10 months. It was one just at home with my friends. And they had this NPC stable boy who was a nobody named Perrin. And they just... the charisma, he had a really high charisma, really good animal handling, which came in really handy for the party because none of them were good at animals and they had to use horses for traveling and stuff like that.
Right.
But they really connected with this NPC, and I really enjoyed playing him. So there was just this genuine connection, and this relationship kind of built this NPC in the party, and they always wanted him to be around, and they eventually started bringing him along on their adventures, even though it wasn't scripted, it wasn't planned, I didn't anticipate it, but they just really enjoyed Perrin being around the party because the conversations and pouring their adventuring knowledge into this ignorant kid. And he ended up like, I don't like having DMs play a player because you're already running the whole world. You don't need to be a player too. But if that's what the players are wanting, this NPC, like, don't, unless it detracts from the story completely. If players want something to happen and it can happen, it should, I think. And so we bring him in and he'd go away, bring him in, go away. But over time, the ruler of the kingdom, was killed, and there was confusion of what was going on. This kid ended up being a bastard son of the king, but wasn't the rightful heir. But the players ended up pushing him into the ruling position, so he actually became king. And fast forward through the campaign, he ended up hatching a griffin and became a flying griffin rider knight, like, and became king of the kingdom. Like, it became really cool, and there was a really pure relationship that they had with this ruler now, because it was one of their best friends that they put into power, and they could trust him. And the ruler, now having much more authority than them, favored them for specific quests and missions.
That's cool.
Because of the relationship. So that was a really rewarding, fun moment for me to be involved with that too, because I was playing the NPC and they loved the NPC, so they were loving on me. It was just a really cool dynamic that's the only time I've ever seen that in any of my games.
It is cool. That's really cool.
Long-winded.
They really like me.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Next question. Shadowkill69. Do you prefer milestone XP or more traditional forms of XP like kills?
Milestone every day, but you go first.
We got some cheers from Card Thrower. Thank you. We'll just do a quick plug. If anyone is watching and hasn't followed us, that definitely helps out the channel. And if you subscribe, it'll actually help you in our mini games. So if you scroll down on the page, there is some rules explaining. We have heists and different, like, boss fights and stuff you can do in the chat while you're watching. But there's HotA points you can accrue, and then loyalty points. The HotA points are for the mini games. You win them in the mini games, and then you can use them to purchase for raffles that we do at the end of the stream for prizes. And then the loyalty points, you can actually purchase health potions or inspiration points for the players, or for myself as the DM. to influence the game. So those are there. The rules are below if anyone is curious about that. But anyway, so experience points. This changes the game dramatically, how you set this up, and it needs to be, I think, consistent. You can't really switch back and forth unless you tried something that's just not working. Tracking XP from kills, I don't think anybody really likes, in my experience, players or DM. Because most of the time, you have to homebrew monsters anyway. Like, you have to alter stats because of magical weapons they accrue. That's not part of the balance for the, for the challenge rating, stuff like that. So I don't like that. I think milestone experience is a good way to go, just at certain points of the story where they have done enough to level up is a good way to keep track. Because that way you can always plan it to have at the end of a game session. Because you don't want to have if you're doing it by kills, the odds of them getting it at the end of the session is very, very low. They're going to level up in the middle of a session, and if they don't have their next level character sheet prepared, it's going to halt the game while they pick their spells and do they do attributes or feats and all that stuff. And it just pulls away from the flow. So milestone is a good way to do it. We actually came up with a completely brand new way of doing experience and levels and stuff for this campaign, which the players still haven't found out about it. Right now we're doing milestones because we're doing session 0, but there's a completely different, new, fresh way that we're going to be doing it, which is really exciting, and I can't wait for them to find out. But they're not going to find out until you guys find out too in the same moment, so that'll be pretty fun.
Yes, I'm excited for that. I mean, my answer to that is just milestone every time. Again, taking the DM hat, putting that one on. I mean, oh my gosh, talk about making things easier. I mean, you kind of have in your mind, like, again, what things it'll do, and what's interesting too. Again, going back to my Wednesday game here, like my characters, my adventurers, my PCs, my players just leveled up 6 to 7, and what happened was I made a plan for, without doing anything in terms of like, oh, these are the numbers for the characters that they're gonna, hopefully fight. None of that shit. I was just like, all right, when they leave, they're level 6. And with the thing that they were being quested to do and come back from, there's something that's happening, and they'll be 7, right? So that was the plan. And just for the giggles of it, now that they're coming back to the city, I went back and just calculated, just for the sake of seeing, like, this is how many monsters they killed, and this is what their rating was, and this is how many points it was, and this is how much if you split it over the people, and then I added in like some bullshit, role-playing number just for the role-playing that they did. And interestingly enough, they would have been short to level up. So honestly, it's kind of nice that we're doing more of a milestone thing where it's like, did we level yet? It's like, trust your DM, man. Like she'll tell you when you're leveling up. And interestingly enough, I'm actually like pre-leveling them from what technically their numbers have been.
Right.
Now also, just to take in flavor, like when they come back from their quest, they're getting a week off, and at the end of the week, at the ceremony is where their milestone level up would be. So if you wanted to kind of play devil's advocate, you could also say some of the role playing that they would do in the week would also add to their overall, but they'd still be short on an individual basis. And like you said too, like I just feel like when it's individual stuff, especially if you're giving out stuff for like kills, like I don't know. If you're again going back to that session 0 stuff, if that's the expectations, okay, that's fine. But that just seems like more of like maybe like a murder hobo game. Like if you're going in there specifically just to kill stuff and there's like a little bit of storyline, that's cool. Yeah, let's no, don't take my kill, and then there's a whole little dynamic to it. But for the most part, if you're going out to do story stuff and background stuff and I don't want my friends to die stuff, no one cares who killed the cave fisher over there. You know what I mean? Like, I just didn't die. And thank you for not letting me die.
Card Thrower just subbed. Just wanted to give a shout out. Thanks a lot for that. But yeah, go ahead, continue.
Oh, thanks, man.
Yeah, that's awesome. We appreciate it.
That's awesome. Yeah, dilly.
Dilly.
That's so great, man. That's so great. But yeah, I mean, in the end of the day, I just, my goodness, I mean, you want to talk about just making things easier on your life from a DM seat, and it just it also comes down to the players trusting in the DM, man. Like, don't ask, don't ask, don't tell. I think for the most part, DMs have a pretty good handle on if they're going to milestone what that looks like, and maybe a friendly reminder every now and again when you feel like you're close. Maybe drop a hint, but other than that, I would just say just sit back, relax, and play the game. Enjoy the level that you're in, and if it takes a little bit to get to the next one, then so be it. When you get there, it feels good. It has a little bit extra oomph to it.
Problems.
Than calculating numbers, being like, I'm 1,000 points short. Let's go kill some boars in the woods till I get 1,000 points. Like, what part of that has anything to do with story? Like, it's nothing. But.
A problem that I run into though is if you have a little bit of a bigger group, and real life gets in the way. Not everybody can make every gaming session. You start to get a discrepancy in player levels, and that makes combat really hard to plan because it the CR. So like if you have somebody who's a couple levels higher than the group or one that is lower, and they're both playing at the same time, combat can be really frustrating for both the DM and the players because you gotta start making the combat harder as you have higher level players, otherwise they're going to be too easy. But then if that lower level character gets targeted, they're going to get utterly destroyed because they don't have the stats to compete with it.
Right.
So it's different group to group, but that is something that you might need to do, like, everybody levels up together or run it as separate, but it gets really complicated. Let's see. We had a question from Card Thrower earlier. It was giving the party morally gray decisions to make is always fun, leads your players to making their own opinions often. No, that was not really a question. Just a comment. I thought there was... Was there another question? I'll pass that one.
Yes, there was, I believe.
If you put a question in earlier and we didn't get to it, just retype it because I'm scrolling through the thing and I don't remember where it was.
Yeah, I just overall I just think it's I think it just means a little bit more too when it's milestone. If that adds anything to it. I mean, when it's points and your DM has to calculate and they're like, oh, you're 1,000 points short or you're 500 short and you're going into the game. I mean, like you said, also, I mean, we could run into combat and level up mid-fight or after fight. Like, that's kind of weird. It's just, I think XP just feels more like video gamey, which again, there's nothing wrong with that if that's what you agree to do. Mm-hmm. However, for the most part, like, people play video games. Let's say, I'll give a decent number of, say, like 67% of people who play video games that are storyline based, like, run up to the guy, skip, give me my mission, they go do the thing, they come back, skip, give me my shield, they go, like, 68%. There's a solid, what is that, like 32% that I left out there that actually, like, goes up and talks to the tavern person and reads the story, right, and then goes into the quest and comes back. If you have the XP version, they're that 68% I talked about where they're just skipping. They would play the game and think about, like, well, I mean, so they're just thinking about the points, not thinking about the story. I think Milestone is nice. It just takes your head out of that mode and just wait for it to happen. This isn't a video game. Mm-hmm. This is a story, man. Like, be in the story and gradually grow your character. It's like in real life. It'd be cool to, I guess, get XP, but I guess your milestone is like your birthday, right? That's when you level up. So you can't rush that, right? It's just that's when it happens. But I don't know. But I just think the milestones more, since we're on the same question. Here we go. Here's a question from our man Card Thrower Robert, newly subscribed. Question: how much lore do you pre-write, and how much do you improvise in response to your players' questions about the world? Go ahead, DM. I've been squabbling. I've been rambling. Go ahead.
All right, so that is actually
And I skipped the shadow question, but we'll come back to.
We'll come
my
back
bad.
to the shadow. Yeah, I saw that too. That is actually a really good question. I think that the DMs in general underwrite stuff. Write more. I know it's time consuming, but that's your job. Write lore. Make tons of NPCs with immersive backstories and motives and stuff, even if they're never used. That way, if the players walk up to a random NPC, you never know where the connections are going to be or who they are drawn to or dislike. Have that stuff prepared. But you got to be good at improv, though, too. So what I recommend is having templates of stuff, of just like, this stuff may never be used, but I have a list of loot from treasure chests. You talked about the crates earlier. Like, is there any crates? Well, sure. Okay, well, I break it. What's in it? You could either make it up on the spot, which if you don't have anything prepared, improvise quickly and do a good job. And don't break your game giving them something. But if you have pre-made lists of like random shit for players, you could just pull off that list. It can either be rolled or it could be, you could just pick what fits the best. So just having a bunch of these random lists is godsend or God's sent for DMs. So yeah, I think it's definitely a good blend of both. The campaign that the players are going to be going through on Tuesdays, the almost entire campaign is already made. So that was the goal, is having the entire campaign made before we start. Traditional games are not like that. It's just the DM just has to stay in front of the players and it works. The pros to that is it's a lot less work up front. Plus you can kind of customize and change things as the players do stuff. But you're constantly always having to do a bunch of work. So what I did was I amassed a development team, and we all meet weekly for, I don't know, like 10 months now. We started in February. The campaign still hasn't started yet. So we've been working for a long time of getting the whole campaign ready, so that way when the players get into it, we're going to run it more of an open world where they get to pick what they want to do, and everything's already set up. So it's going to be a really fun way for the players to play without it feeling like it's on rails. Now there is specific storyline, main storyline, and then side arcs, that mingle and all connect. But they get to pick when and what they do, and it's a lot of work. I don't recommend it for everybody because it's insane. But it is definitely a really great, fresh way to have your players go through a game.
Well, just to answer that, how much lore do you pre-write and how much do you improvise? I actually asked one of our new players, Kayla, some may know it as Lilash. Okay.
I digress.
I digress. I actually asked her the other night after we played a game, the next day, I just asked her, just out of sheer curiosity, being the new player, how much do you think, that very same question was how much do you think is pre-planned and how much do you think I just bullshit on the spot? And she said 80-20. Are you still there?
Yeah.
Okay. She said 80-20, which I was like, oh, that's pretty good. 80 pre-planned, 20 makeup. Just for the sheer sake of it, it is not that high pre-planned, man. It is maybe
40?
I'm gonna give myself the benefit of the doubt and say I have 55% planned in terms of each character. Right. I have different levels. One character I might have 70% of their story done. Another character I'm at 38. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm giving myself the benefit of the doubt. I'm right around 50-55. Some are a little higher than others. And the other rest of it is just kind of just improv on the go, man. Because again, that herding cat scenario, when they go and do things. But for the most part, I think that also goes a little bit hand in hand of not only just having the pre-written down, but also just how enveloped and ingrain your story is in your own thought process, where if this question comes up or if this thing comes up, it's improvised, but you have the knowledge of your own game to improvise, if that makes sense. You just basic stuff, have a lay of the land, or have the major cities and have like a little bit of each city. And there's things that again, here comes that that 55-45% done, like you said. When you're by yourself, you only have to stay ahead of the players. Like, there's a whole part of the world yet that like has nothing to do in terms of backstory with the group, just so that I have a whole nother world over there if I need it. Right? So like they're on this hemisphere, and if I feel like, oh, this hemisphere would be really cool to put this thing in, I can do that, and I have a whole half of a world to work with. But for the most part, right now, everything's just kind of over here floating around. But I mean, it's just a matter of knowing your own game, man, and knowing your players. I think as a DM, you should know your players, but then as a player, your DM knowing. I took my DM hat off there, if you notice. When you're a player and it feels like your DM like knows what's going on, there's a little bit of a appreciation / caring factor, right? Like if your DM's like, oh well, I don't know, hold up, and this is like, especially if he has like a background story, right, or an NPC story, and they don't even know, it's like, are you putting in any time to this game, or am I putting in more than you? Like, you know what I mean? But as putting my DM hat back on, like, I never want my players to feel that way. I want them to understand that they ask a question. Now they're gonna have to roll for it to see how much I give, but depending on what they roll, I want to make sure that my answers equivalate to that and not feel like I just made that shit up. Right. Sometimes there might be a little bit, but for the most part, I like to just have a firm grasp on at least the character stuff, at least their background story stuff, at least the world stuff. If they ask me a question about a random NPC, like, what was the clothes that he was wearing? Yeah, sure, I'll make some shit up. Like, that should be, that just comes with the territory of DMing. Like, you just got to make shit up sometimes. Like, I don't have Bob the NPC's character sheet along with my other NPCs who actually matter character sheet. But 80-20, I thought it was a great answer. I was like, all right, that's good. I will take that.
What do you? Because session zeros is a lot different than what the campaign's going to be. But thus far through session zeros, what would you guess as a player? For me, same question. For percentage.
I mean, I know that you guys have had to make up some stuff because we didn't know it was going to go this far. So I have a little bit of a prerequisite or a pre-knowledge. But I mean, so far with what you and the devs have been able to come up with and just be ahead of us, in terms of what session zero relates to the actual story, I have no clue. Yeah. But in terms of just being able to know what's going on, I'd say you're probably like a 60-40. I think you and the devs have done a pretty good job of just being ahead of us enough to have it be okay, where we're not just going to be like, you know what? We were going to go this way, and we told the DM we're going this way, but now we're just going to go 2 of us this way, 2 of us this way, ha ha ha, and then like see what happens. Like that's not going to happen, because again, pre-knowledge, I know that this session zero stuff does play a part in the game to a point, but we haven't really even gotten to the campaign stuff yet. I know the campaign stuff, it's just like, where do you want to go? Because there's something for it. It's just a matter of where do you want to go, and then that's what we're going to do. So that's really exciting to know that if we go to this place, there are these things to do, and it's all there. All you just knock on the door. So that's going to be really fun. That's going to be really interesting because I know, again, with my DM hat on, that other games that I played in, you try to be ahead of far enough, but I don't think anyone really has the whole thing mapped out to a T as much as our HotA game's going to be. So that's going to be fun. It's going to be interesting to play that.
Unless, say, it's a module where the DM has read the entire module and can anticipate things and people skip or go around stuff. But the downside of modules is they're always on rails, which can be good, but also can be bad. The chat's been going.
You're always walking that fine line, man. Yeah. Walking that fine line. Just to default my session zero answer, if the party knows that you're going to sandbox them, well, as a sandbox DM, I mean, I think at that point it's almost easier just to have a Google search and just have a stack of 40 NPCs. It doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
And they go, I walk up into the tavern, and who's the bartender working? Oh, it's a blue dragonborn. His name is Sid, and like it doesn't really matter. But now Sid's there, and now you have that. But in more of like a blinders, this is my story that I want to tell. I mean, if you're taking that responsibility as a DM, you really need to know your stuff. Where, who's the bartender in the thing? I already know that it's Sid. Does that make sense? Like, right. I think there is definitely that difference there.
All right, so the question from Shadowkill that we skipped. Do you ever?
I know, my bad.
I'm
sorry.
Go no, it happens. It's fine. Do you ever have your enemies gang up on a character similar to how the characters would? I like to be unbiased with my creatures, just like whoever they would attack, that's who they go for. So like if someone's out of position and they're the squishy, well then they're going to get attacked. But I don't target a squishy just because I want to get the most damage off that, I'm not trying to punch the players, and they've kind of reacted to that, to where if you go in with bad positioning, it's your own fault. So like Kurt's being kind of the meat shield, he's the human fighter of the group. He's got a lot more hit points, and he's got good armor to reduce damage. He has changed his play style to where, on the map, going into an area, he will actually stand in front of Rin, the wizard. So it makes it to where I can't justify going after the squishies because there's somebody in the way blocking it. So, if players make a mistake, don't be afraid to punish them, but do it as a moment to learn and to grow from, not to just flex your DM muscles and crush them. I mean, there's those moments where, like, every DM wants to get a TPK one day. I mean, like, if you're going to have that moment, have a fallback for the players, but, like, that shouldn't be the motive for DM. It should be to challenge them and have them have fun and make them excited and can't wait for the next game to play in your world. That should be the gratification for a DM, is seeing the players thriving and loving to play in your world as the characters they made, and just give them moments to shine and coach them in between games about how to better fit into the world, so they can shine. What about you?
Right, and I would say, to go along with that too, like you said, it's supposed to be fun, right? Mm-hmm. Like, you as the DM and your players are supposed to be having fun playing a game together. Like, always have that in the back of your mind. Like, that should be rule number one of everything. Like, we're here to have fun and play a game and tell a story and do this together and have a good time, right? So, for the DM, it is a little tricky sometimes, as long as you stay on top of your game about it. I think that comes to, like, a practice. You said before, practice. When you're in a combat, like, when you have, like, multiple bad guys on the field, making sure that, almost like you're watching a movie and just, like, what I'm doing makes sense for what these bad guys would or should be doing. You know what I mean? Like, for example, if you have two bad guys on one good guy, and they're going to town, and they're fighting, they're slashing, they're hitting shields and stuff, and then someone from behind shoots them with an arrow, and they're all the way over there. It's like, okay, but, like, does the guy, like, stay here and keep slashing, or does he run after the arrow guy, or does he not run after the arrow guy because he's going to get an attack and opportunity? Like, the bad guy doesn't know that. Like, it's just like, there's always that fine line that you walk with that scenario of, like, does this make sense, mm-hmm. or does it not make sense? Like, you got to play that double-edged sword there. So I think, especially when we get to some of the higher. Oh, hey,
thanks.
Nice.
Cheers, Brogan.
Thanks, Brogan. I'm sorry I skipped your question. Hopefully I'm answering it well because you cheered it. So like I think, just to go along with how the question was asked, or like, do you do like the players do, where they all gang up on one thing? I think especially once you start getting to some of the higher levels, like 1, 2, and 3, it's like, are there some bad things that can happen? Sure. But for the most part, we can all agree we're not going to kill players. Does it happen? Sure, whatever. Mm-hmm. But 1, 2, 3 is just to get people into the game, the group together, depending on where you start. Maybe you start at 3 and get the group together, whatever. And then, like, once you get to, like, 5th and 6th level, as our DM in our Monday game, like the training wheels come off, in terms of could we have died before? Sure, but now it's going to get really legit in terms of more dangerous scenarios. And I think once you get to higher levels, you as the DM, I don't think should have any sort of second thought or second guess on yourself of, and I'm really looking forward to this. My characters are 7s now, so it's like we're getting to those stages where my bad guy, like, I should try to kind of win, if you would. Like, if I'm a bad guy and I'm sitting in my throne room and some random adventurers come in, they're killing all my people. Like, I'm gonna get up, be like, "Who the fuck is this?" Get my great club and start swinging and like trying to kill people. I'm not gonna hold back. I'm gonna eat their faces once I kill them. Like, that's a thing.
Right.
So if you're level 10s and they're gonna go fight a dragon, like the people come in. So who are these strangers in my dragon cave that just came in here?
Right.
I was sleeping.
Right.
Like, be the dragon and get in there and fuck shit up, because as that's what your dragon should do, not hold back just because they're adventurers. Because they're not going to. So I think once you get to some of the later levels, the gloves, it's like the training wheels come off, then the gloves come off. Like, like you have progressive stages where, sure, absolutely. If there's one bad guy here, I mean, I said bad guys and I'm the DM and the players are bad guys. Even though they're the good guys, but from the bad guy perspective, they're not.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, dude! If there's one guy that looks like he's about to die, like, they go and fucking attack him. I guess if they're already there, like they wouldn't. If he wouldn't drop the 0 hit points and then go like, all right, now who's next? They're like, fucking kill him. You know.
If there's if it's a random encounter with random people, they don't know who they are. I think it should be mostly unbiased. But if you have, say, like a reoccurring bad guy that they see several times. I think it really makes it great for the players if each time they run into them, the stuff that they did before, that NPC remembers and uses that to his advantage. If say there's somebody who does a spell that just does whatever, well, if he knows he's going to be fighting them again, he would probably come up with something to stop that or to counter it or something like that, and have it be an evolving thing. So I really like reoccurring bad guys in campaigns, but you have to be careful with it, because if you know they're going to be reoccurring, there has to be a legitimate reason for them to not beat them, because sometimes they should have won, he just escapes. Like, you have to have a good reason for them escaping. So Broken said something earlier when we were talking about the plan versus improv. He said too much planning leads to railroading, and then Card Thrower said, but not enough planning leads to floundering. I see where you guys are coming from, but I think that the too much planning only leads to railroading if you're not smart about it. You can pre-plan stuff and then choose to spread it out slow, or you can change it. It'll only be railroady if nothing the players do will affect it. So they should have the ability to affect how the game's going. That keeps it from being on rails, but you still have a more solid game, and you come in with more confidence with lots of stuff prepared. So I would say don't not plan because you don't want it to railroad. You can still have it be fluid but planned. Just be smart how you implement it. All right. Question. Have you ever had to stop playing with a player for toxicity or negative reasons, not scheduling? We had a different player for our campaign, and for personal reasons, he decided to quit. So we had to go back to the drawing board. We stopped streaming for a bit, so we find Connor, who is now our new 4th player.
Yay!
So there are always possibilities of players leaving, or the group or the DM deciding that they shouldn't be a part of it. It's never a fun thing to go through. Nobody wants to go through it, but if it's not a good fit, if somebody's play style or personality is not uplifting, if it's just not molding, sometimes it is better to have a player leave the table permanently and find somebody else. just because everyone's supposed to be getting together to have fun, have a good time, to collaboratively tell a story together and play in the DM's world. And if somebody's getting in the way of that, it's kind of like it's not personal, it's just business kind of a thing. We're all here to be as a group, and if there's a bad apple, it needs to be removed. But I would definitely, like, we have like a 3-strike rule that all the players agree to, you know, like, don't just somebody fucks up and you kick them out. Like, don't be a dick, you know, pull them aside, talk to them, try to make it work as much as you can, but sometimes you just gotta make a decision. All right, let's see what else we got. Have you ever designed an encounter for a particular PC to stand out? What do you think about that, Kyle?
Have you ever designed an encounter for a particular PC to stand out? I'm taking that question from more of a skill perspective, or is that more of a storyline perspective? Because a skill perspective would be particular PC being more of a fighter or more of a intelligence person to do puzzles. Or maybe I'm just reading the question wrong. How are you taking that question? Then maybe I can answer it better.
I think the way it could apply to us better would be, as an example, all 4 of my players have an immersive backstory that they've spent months building on their characters.
Yeah, start with that. Start with that.
I know about it, and my devs know about it, but the players don't know that much about each other. They're purposefully holding all that information back to where, as they're building relationships with these other characters, when they feel comfortable, they will share stuff. But they get to decide that, and it's really fun, I think, for the players. It's kind of hard to hold a secret. Some people are really bad at it. They just want to just blurt it all out because they can't hold it in. But it's delayed gratification. So if you set it up that way, you know, and tell them, like, hold on to it until you're actually ready. But then when you are, they have material that they can come to. It's kind of like they get to be mini DMs. You know, like they're not just making up everything on the spot. They have things that they can have prepared to where when the time comes, and it's kind of cool to where the players, as their characters, will bond with each other because they're actually learning something about them that they didn't know, and that is going to start building trust. So it makes it much easier to role play these relationships because the players are sharing that bond as well. So that was the segue to each of my players have a secret backstory, but they also are each making 2 quests. They don't know when it's going to appear in the campaign that focuses on them and about their backstory that nobody knows about. And when they come to this quest, they planned it, so they get to choose what happens that makes them get the spotlight, and it makes it fair because all 4 of them have 2 each. So it, you know, once it all spans out, it will have been fair. But there's something that they planned the other players to get to do with them as them being the star. So it's a really good way of sharing the spotlight, which is really important, and letting them have this specific moment where I am the star and you guys get to support me in it. And there has to be that mutual understanding in that, though, to where when I'm in the spotlight, let me have it. Because when you're in the spotlight, I'm going to let you have it. You know what I mean? So everybody walks away winning that way. If it's not structured enough, it can get really messy, I think. All right.
So to answer the other half of that question, Shadow said that it was for the skill side. But yeah, the story side makes perfect sense. Like, that's awesome. Like, that was a really good answer to that in terms of we do have these like mini DM things basically where we get to, I mean, talk about specific to a PC. I mean, that's about as specific as it. I mean, besides like overall background story arc, it's like this other little side mini DM part. It's like, it's really cool. It's like, I think it's gonna be really fun to see it all play out. I mean, in terms of like necessary encounters for skills, like I was saying before, I mean, like, just to kind of break down some skills, I guess, would be, we're climbing a mountain. That's an encounter. So, maybe the wizards aren't so great at it, but then they can cast spells and do shit. Just, when the guy's got the athletic guy, the barbarian, the fighter can climb up it. I mean, sure, I guess. There's always traps. You don't really want to have your barbarian try to lockpick the traps.
Mm-hmm.
They could by smashing it, I guess, and see what happens. That could always be fun. It's always kind of fun to see people who shouldn't be doing a skill do that skill. That's always fun. Like, the very uncharismatic wizard being the one to, swoon a princess or something like that. Let's see how awkward that gets quickly. But in terms of like myself, building encounters that are very skill specific, I can't really think of anything off the top of my head, just because a lot of mine, in terms of what you would consider an encounter, it's almost more team oriented, where they figure it out together. Even going back to the whole diplomacy thing of settling the feud between the two families part. That was a group skill check of seeing what they wanted to do, and they did, and I rewarded them with their mini boon and stuff. So I don't know. That's an interesting question. In terms of specifically to answer the question, I can really think of things like rogues for lockpicks and chests and things, and the bard or the charismatic one to talk to the noble knight or the head guard to see if they can talk themselves out of prison or things. But if anything, I always think it's fun to see people who shouldn't be doing the thing. As much as I like it for people to specifically do the thing that they're good at, it's always a fun little twist when someone steps out of their character to do a skill thing when maybe they don't have their group with them. So that's always a fun little twist to see how that goes down shit creek real quick.
my preferred approach, there's no wrong answer. It's just if you have a way you like to do it and their players like it, then that's the answer. But my preferred take on this is like structure the encounter, whether it be a dungeon, or they're sneaking into a castle to steal intel, whatever it is. Like, we'll just use that made up there. So they're trying to sneak into a kobold castle to steal a scroll for information they need for whatever.
Sure. Good improv.
Plan it to where there's multiple ways to get in. Like, they could either come in swords drawn, fireballs flying through the front door, but it's going to be very hard combat. But if they go through and crush everybody, then they can just walk in and grab it. But then there's also a way that they could maybe sneak in, and there's patrolling guards that they have to, take out or, put to sleep or whatever. So there's a stealthy way. And there could be series of lock picks that way. There's multiple ways that you can have it. But I would build, my preferred way is, realistically, how could you get in there? Like, is there a possibility for diplomacy? Sometimes there is, sometimes there isn't. Don't make a diplomatic way if it's not realistic. Look at all the different ways a party could go into. There's only about 4 or 5 different ways. There's stealth, there's, gunslinger, there's diplomatic. I guess it's situation dependent, but there's only going to be a few ways. The ways that are practical, have planned, and if they don't use it, that's fine, but give them options. And I would like the instance he put about the traps and the lockpicking if you have a rogue. I don't build an encounter for the rogue, but if while they're there the rogue wants to start lockpicking stuff, that stuff you can just improv, but I don't plan a quest for the skill set of players. I plan the encounter based on story and NPCs and everything, and they have to react to it. So, like with our campaign, there's only 4 players, and when you have a bigger party, you can have somebody good at everything. But with only 4, like the party doesn't have a rogue, So I don't.
Nope.
I don't purposefully make it to where they don't ever have to lockpick, and I don't purposely build it to where this is going to stumble them up. I just present things with options, and they just get to choose together as a party where they want to go. So giving players choice makes them feel empowered and they have fun. and it ultimately makes a better gaming experience for everybody, I think.
Well, the other thing too is if you try to base encounters just based off skill specifically, like even just last night in our game, Connor's character Urgra delved out that her character has an intelligence of 6, right? So it's not to say that his character is necessarily dumb, because she's not. I think her wisdom's pretty high, but that's besides the point. Like, Connor's a smart guy, and it's like, how do you participate in something that maybe you might be good at, but your character's not? But you can still role play that out however you really want. At the same time, you had also mentioned before about like with Dylan, he likes puzzles, but Kurt's character doesn't. So literally, 2 of our players last night had contradicting things to deal with in terms of an encounter based on puzzles where it's an intelligence kind of thing, and they had conflict, but I think they played it off really well. Where I mean, even though Dylan likes puzzles, Kurtz doesn't. He's like, he gave it 5 minutes. I think that was the college try for Kurtz. I was done, and for Finley, I was done 2 minutes before that. So when he was like, "Hey, let's just go do something," I was like, "Yeah, I'm way ahead of you."
He's literally like, Kurtz just sits down and starts sharpening his swords, and you got, like, if you guys need me, I'm here. But he was still engaged and still talking with the puzzles, but
right.
Right.
It's almost like, to answer the question, like just to move on to the next one would be, I can see how you could do it in terms of developing encounters skill specific. I guess I just don't. I think it's really fun to throw it out there, like you said, give them some options. And actually, you actually answered the question really well, Shaun, with like, there's the barbarian approach, there's the rogue approach, there's a wizard approach where they maybe bamf in or do something else where barbarian knocks down the gates and the sorcerer burns the place to the ground, or maybe the warlock does. Like, so maybe you can still think of it that way. Just be prepared for your different options depending on their skills, but skill specific. Besides things like puzzles and lock picking and things, we're talking to the king, that kind of thing. It's, I think it's more fun if everyone just gives it a shot.
Right.
Maybe you have 2 people that's really good at it, but for the most part, we'll see what happens.
All right. What else we got here? So I was thinking something along the lines of maybe a fight against something in the party can be in straight line fight up. Language. Yeah, there's so many ways to it, and there's no wrong way. It's just however you want to do it. Hopefully your players respond well, and if they do, just figure out ways to re-implement that kind of thing in it with a new twist. But if they give feedback, like do decompressions. That is the biggest thing I can say to anybody for games, is afterwards talk with your players and let them have the ability to give feedback about ways you can be better, because we can all get better at this game. It's very complex and it's very difficult to do well every time. But just if they bring up something, don't take it personal. Just figure out a different way of doing that, so that way they can still have fun doing what you want them to do. Yeah. Knowing what your PCs are good at lets you dial in difficulty. No dedicated caster in the group. A harder fight might include more mages, etc. Yeah. I mean, there's nothing wrong with catering stuff to the party, but it's just, I guess, campaign, specific. There's so many different team compositions. They don't have a designated healer. There's no paladin or cleric anymore. So there's little things you can do, like Kurtz. They went to Revenant Training Grounds and they solved the puzzle that was left for initiates, and as a reward he got a necklace that can heal. So that was just a little way to kind of help the party out, to where if they're in trouble, so you can come up with little things to help them in their downsides, but don't completely get rid of handicaps. I think that is a fantastic way of putting pressure on the group. Have flaws, have things that they're not good at, and don't hesitate to put those type of things in front of them to challenge them.
Yeah, and just to kind of piggyback off of that, just sitting here listening to you say that, it's kind of actually more challenging when you don't have someone's specific skill for an encounter. Like, we keep going back to the rogue and lockpick kind of thing, but like, I mean, one, I think it makes your team think a little bit more outside the box. I think if you have someone that's okay, so I'm gonna walk a fine line between something that I say all the time and something that I'm saying right now, where I love the fact that people have specific things that they're good at. Mm-hmm. Like I love my Ninja Turtle essay concept, right? Mm-hmm. Where everyone comes together, but everyone has their own little shtick. But that's even more so just like a role-playing thing. You have a leader, you have the soul, you have the smart guy, you have the badass, like that kind of stuff. Even more so, that's more of a role-playing thing. That's not so much like skill checks. It can be and it can't be, but I'm looking at more of the skill check side of things, where you can have people that are really good at doing this one thing. Finley's good at investigating things. Like, give it to me and I will look at it and I will tell you about it. Like, that's fine. But also not having someone, like you said, like a cleric. Cleric is the first thing that's like, that makes a lot of sense, where now your group actually has to think a little bit more outside of the box about how you don't have a safety net. It kind of, what I'm making the point of, if you always have someone specifically for the skill with an encounter or a situation, it gets almost kind of boring.
It does.
Like,
yeah.
There's a smart thing. Like, even in the game yesterday, I did it because as Finley, I did that because it made sense for me, where it's a wicked crazy puzzle, and my instinct is, Rin, where's Rin? Like, that's because he's our smart guy. Like that, but that makes sense in that situation where if 14 weeks down the road, if I'm by myself or something, like I have to do it by myself. If it's always the same person doing the same thing, oh well, it's a lock, so get the rogue in, or oh, it's some guy being an asshole in a bar, get the barbarian in. It kind of also goes with the concept of not only does that get kind of boring, but it's also kind of fun to see other people try it.
Right.
So no, there's a really good point where you're saying about, the group doesn't have a cleric, the group doesn't have a rogue, or this group doesn't have let's say a fighter or a barbarian or some muscle guy that does strength. Like how many things in a game could you go through if you didn't have a strength guy? You just got to figure it out. Like, we don't have a healer, so we need healing potions. We need to make sure we don't die. You can't be as reckless, like that kind of stuff. So it can lead to some really cool things when it's not always a skill thing, when it's not skill specific.
And coming back to the session 0 stuff about talking with the group beforehand, there's so many good things to come from it. Like, we've 6 months of session 0, but I mean, we are fucking ready to rock and roll this campaign. Like, you guys are so good. There's been a lot of like coaching between, not like me teaching them, but just like coaching the group as far as like Kyle playing Finley. Like, your focus every game, number one priority is to have fun, but number 2 is you role play the fuck out of Finley. Like, you become this character. This is you at all times. You don't be thinking about meta stuff. You don't be thinking about Kyle. You don't be thinking about other campaigns you've played. You are Finley, and you need to know who that is and what he does in any situation. And we spent a lot of time doing that, and each player doing that. And so have fun, but really close second is at all times you play your character.
Right.
That's
right.
it.
Absolutely.
And so they don't get caught up in the the lock picking or we keep going to lock picking, but there's many skills, like the medicine check, they don't get caught up in the mechanic sense of it. It's more of we don't think about that. It's just relationships and these characters going on a journey together, and this is what we got, so what do we do? What's the best decision to make? Idea, someone make a decision, and then that's just what we do, and no one's to blame because we're all in it together, so yeah, just coach your players to not focus on anything else except for role playing really, really well. Okay. Question.
Robert, card thrower Robert has a question.
How do you encourage your PCs to be staying in character and playing their flaws? Ooh, that is a great question.
Yeah, it is.
I think the first step with this is going to be something that we implemented, and I think it's fantastic, and I recommend it to everybody. And I'll let Kyle explain it from the player perspective. the part where we went through and after you made your level 1 and we modified each skill.
Ability mods. Yep. I knew that's where you're going because it's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool concept. So, something that I've never done in any game before, and I'm still a baby at the whole D&D thing. I've been playing for like over 2 years now, but baby in terms of the full D&D universal concept. But one really cool thing that I haven't done, and I've been in a couple games that HotA and Shaun have implemented into this game, is that once we made our characters, and first of all, we did our characters first. Like, you want to talk about engaging your players and your PCs? Like, don't roll dice until the very last thing. Like, we did our character, we did our concept, we did our personality and our flaws. We talked about, like, who we are, where we were, and what. Like, it was like, I was ready to play, and I was like, shit, we didn't even roll dice yet. Like, that's good. Like, that's certainly a way to get your people engaged with their players. We thought about it. We like really like tranced about it. We were like ingrained into it of like who your character is coming out of you, so that you don't have to act. You just be like, this is your person. Like, I know that there's other games that I played in before where like I'm playing a character and it's fun and everything, and I made a character concept, but it's like a little piece of me. So you have something, you have that little baby connection to tie your characters together. But this is like, Finley is just like, me throwing up my whole inner being.
Goodness,
yeah, exactly. So it's really easy. Again, that character connection from a background and a personality perspective of like, I don't have to act on Tuesdays. I'm just me with an Irish accent. That's the only acting that I do, and it's not that great of an Irish accent. I'm still trying to get a bit better at it. But as we go, hopefully it'll get a little bit better. But that's besides the point. So what we did was to really nail in your thought process on more of a dice numbers level. Again, with all the character interaction that we already talked about before we even rolled dice, was that after we got some dice and things rolling in terms of numbers, we actually went through and went to each individual attribute of athletics, acrobatics, nature, investigation, like all of them. And we had to give the pros or the cons.
We just got some more bits from Card Thrower. Thanks for the cheers.
Thanks, man. Dude, just roll. I love it. That's so great.
We appreciate it.
Well, this is going to blow your mind. Your cheers will not be for no reason, my friend. Here we go. So with this concept, we went to each individual thing and had to, now that we know who we are, really give an maybe introspective look at how Finley would be at acrobatics. And it's not that great. He's a 3 foot tall halfling bard. Like, he's more for, loving the ladies or letting the ladies love on him. He's not for acrobatics, more so in the bedroom than out in the playing field. Right? Nature, I don't know. That's a plant, and that's a plant, right? But when it comes to like investigation or charisma or deception or persuasion, I mean, that's my forte, man. And we had to go through each one of those things and explain why we were either like really good, like okay, or not so great. And depending on how that was, like, there's some things that have negatives even more so than negatives just because of the dice rolls. But I mean, my goodness, what a really cool way to really implement, again, going back to the skill side of things, like when it's almost like when it's something really specific, really particular, really something important, like, then yes, this is my time to shine and do, Finley will talk to the princess. Like, that is my time to do something. Now, when it comes to talking to the guard or talking to this old woman, maybe I'll let her do it just because it'd be hilarious to see how that goes, but, and other things, like, I should probably not be the one to hold up the portcullis as it's collapsing and we have to get out, that's probably more of a Kurt's thing, but certain things, it's just really cool dynamic, that extra little bit of oomph to your character where it's not just so much, well, I rolled a 9, so I'm going to put that on my strength and I have a -1, or I think it's actually a 0. Like, no, it's pretty bad just because I'm a freaking 3 foot tall halfling. I'm not strong.
Right.
So it was really cool. It's a really cool concept. And,
Finley has a positive modifier for persuasion with females.
Yes.
And a negative one with males. So
yes, I have advantage on females and disadvantage on males.
Yeah, that's what it was.
When I'm trying to persuade.
So, I mean, when you know the character of Finley being a ladies' man and, very glamorous, flamboyant, out there, swooning everything. Like, it makes sense, but there's no reason why you can't go through the skills and look at the character, not just, oh, he's a halfling, so he gets this, and he's a bard, so he gets this. We roll these dice, so these are your numbers. Go through and personalize it, customize it to what this person is actually good and bad at. And, I mean, it comes out to be some really epic moments. I mean, it still comes off a dice roll, so it's based off of 20. So there's still tons and tons of luck in there. But, I mean, I think that it has led to several situations that we've played in to where the outcome was far more realistic than fantasy. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And that
yeah.
that makes a moment where you can connect with it. Just be like, fuck, like if I wouldn't have had this negative modifier, I would have succeeded in this. Mm-hmm. But I'm not good at this thing. So should I succeed in this? You know, everybody wants to win, but sometimes the failures makes for more fun moments because, like, all right, this didn't work. What do we do now? And then that's where you got to think outside the box, and then you have all that creativity flowing instead of just, hey, there's a door needs to kick down. You have high strength, you kick it down, and we go in. Well, like, say he goes up to it, and it doesn't kick down. All right, well, now what do we do? Now we got to go around, and it comes up with this whole other thing. And I think it's more satisfying for the group once they do achieve something if they were meeting resistance at the beginning, and it keeps it fresh. Yeah, Carthor said role play, not role play. I like that. Oh, he said he did the cheers for the Irish accent. No, that's cool.
Oh, shite.
Probably shouldn't be the one to hold on the rope with party G. Yeah. So much. Cheers, course. All right. So we don't have any more questions at the moment. So we're gonna take a quick break. We'll be about 5 minutes, so we can go to the bathroom and get water and stuff like that. But we will be right back. Hopefully everybody sticks around. We will start answering more questions that you guys have. So be thinking about them. And during the break, we'll also jump in and do some mini games with you guys, some heists and everything. So we'll be back in a few minutes.
Thanks, guys. Stick around.
All right. Thanks for sticking around. We are back. Kyle is still getting coffee, but we will continue on without him until he comes back. Okay, so half an hour on stream. Cool. Well, thanks everybody for watching us. Again, if anybody doesn't know what we're doing, this is called Red Dragon Inn. It's a Dungeons and Dragons talk show that we do on Wednesday nights. On Tuesdays we have a campaign that's going through. It's 5th edition, but it's a homebrew campaign. So hopefully you guys will catch us then as well. Normally on Wednesdays when we do this, it's more structured, and we have particular topics that we're going to go over. And we have a group of 5 of us going through and talking. But tonight we were wanting to do just more personal, just me and Kyle talking and addressing anything you guys want to talk about. So any topics, any questions you guys have, anything at all, throw up in the chat and we'll address them, and that's what we'll talk about. But in the meantime, we'll just talk random D&D stuff. So Kyle, what's been some positive, good things about being part of the HotA family, and that you've experienced and share worthy thus far?
Well, I mean, first of all, sorry I was late there. I had to feed the cats.
You're good, man.
I was waiting for I thought I had a good. I made some food and I timed it out. It was like 2 minutes 30, and there was 4 minutes left. And I thought I timed it out better, but anyway, sorry about that. I ran down here real quick.
That's okay.
I think you kind of nailed it right there with the question of like HotA fam. I mean, that's kind of right there. One of my favorite parts is all the awesome people that I met through this experience, starting with our DM, Steelax, which is a great name. Personally wish
most of your head's getting cut off.
All right, I got you. I got to lean back. I personally think your beard is getting there. It's not right to where it used to be.
Yeah.
But one day it will be back to full
glory.
Like for everyone watching, and we'll watch at some point, like this thing, man, like you have no idea how like magnificent it has potential to be, because I've seen it firsthand. But no, I mean everyone, man, from all the players to the devs to interacting with the fans watching and everything. It's just so cool. Like the whole overall experience is awesome, and we didn't even start playing yet, technically speaking. So I don't know. I'm just excited, man. I'm excited for everything coming, but I think just a new fam, man, new friends to hang out and play a game with is my favorite part. The whole thing.
Mm-hmm. Some of your head is still cut off.
I need a smaller head.
Just slouch. Lay back a little bit. There you go. All right, so let's talk about the collaborative storytelling essence of D&D. What do you think about that? And yeah.
Okay. I love this D&D. I feel is something that when we first did our interviews and stuff, it was something I shared of like, this is something that I was missing, and I didn't know I was missing it until it came into being in my life, and I was like, oh, so that's what this is. And then that's the hole that was empty, to fill with like, growing up, you have friends, and I was in sports and stuff, and school and everything like that, and just never came up. Like there was, I don't know if people were playing it, but like didn't bother to ask me. Like they thought I was like too cool or something, or maybe I'm not cool enough to play. I don't know, one of those two. But in terms of the collaborative, going to the point, but like D&D is just so cool because I feel like, just to my own trolley here, but I always feel like there's this like a creative outlet I've never got a chance to like fully immerse the imagination into. And I mean, my goodness, like being a player, you get to just be this other person that's still you, kind of in a weird, different way, but like go and just do these things and see what happens. And again, just putting the DM hat back on, man, it is just so awesome to make a story and have other people come in and be like, oh, so this is the world that you made. Let's do things. And as they develop their own story and like start to like it's almost like a mystery, you know. They like unlock things that are interacting with their own story, but then people's stories intertwine. You have this web that you're weaving, and they're like, oh my gosh, I didn't know. Like that kind of stuff. As any DM, I'm sure knows and appreciates. Like that's like the stuff dreams are made of, man. Like that's the juice. That's the juice. It's like, yes, now for more. And then like, you know, even more so than like, you know, for me, fighting and stuff is cool. Combat's cool. You know, you make your class to fight specifically so you can do pull spells and throw axes around and shit. And obviously that's a big part of it. But yeah, man, for me, I'm more of the storyline side of stuff. Like just having people just unlock one thing that's background wise, or they interact with an NPC and this thing happens, or the characters are, and like, from probably the biggest one as a DM in terms of like, even we don't know what's happening, is when two PCs do something. Like that's really where some crazy magic happens, where it'd be just a really good example just from Monday. This'll make Robert smile. Robert plays a wizard, and there's a girl in our game. Well, you know Melissa. You talked to Melissa before. She plays a love paladin, and these two are joined at the hip from more of a contractual arrangement where Robert's character Seven is kind of Lady Scarlet's almost like butler in a way. Like lays out her armor in the morning, makes her fit, like is contractually obligated to her, right? And fast forward. So on our Monday game, there's this whole story and whole situation that came about where they were thrown into like a makeshift wedding. Like what just happened? Just because they had rings on that like look similar, and they're magic rings, and someone took it a completely different direction, and this whole thing happened. Oh my gosh, like that was none of that. I mean, you don't script D&D anyway, but I mean that kind of stuff where that collaborative storyline happens, and everyone. And my character can speak telepathy just one way, so I'm just like, just go with it. Like we're getting free booze and free food out of this. Like it's great, just go with it. It'll be fine. Like we'll figure it out later. And they did. Like oh man, it was just cool stuff like that, dude. And then there's this really epic moment, and it won't be any spoilers because it's already happened. But like as they're dancing and they're having, and the music's playing, and the wizard casts fly, and they fly up into the air as they're dancing. Like, that's when you just get to sit back and just watch and just be in the show and just watch it together. And that happens a lot of times in our Tuesday games too. You know, you just get to sit back and just watch the show unfold. That's probably my favorite part of the whole thing, man, is I'm not only a player, but sometimes I just get to sit back and just watch my friends have fun and play a game and be silly and have dramatic moments, and all of that just weaves into this epicness, man. It's freaking D&D, man. It's so good. So good.
I love it. It's definitely my favorite thing of the week. I look forward to it all the time. How's it been?
There's so much shit. You know what? Honestly, dude, there's so much shit in this world anymore. Like, it's like nice to... I love my family. I love my wife. I love my kids. I love my family and my friends. Like, and just outside of my safety bubble, there's just so much other shit out in the world where it's just effed up stuff. Like you said, like I look forward to it. That is such a cool thing. Like there's not many things during the week that unfortunately in this world anymore that you actually look forward to getting to do.
Right.
You know, we go to work. I mean, some people like their job, some people don't. But for the most of us, it's like I don't necessarily look forward to going to work. Like I like the people I work with. I mean, but in overall, like just a job in general, no one really likes to go.
You go like, because of the paycheck, not because you.
Yeah, I got bills I got to pay.
Spend your life doing it, yeah.
You know, right? But I mean, this is just one of those things where it's like, man, you there's something in your week every week that you look forward to going to do and hanging out and doing with your friends. It's awesome, man. Like, so good.
What has your experience with? Because obviously we stream our games. How has that been for you, opposed to like the contrast between like a normal game on Roll20 or versus playing at a table? And playing, you know, that we play streamed. So how's that contrast for you? And then also what has been maybe some things that you didn't think were going to be difficult or like negatives of it, and then what were some things that were good things that you weren't anticipating doing a stream?
Well, okay. There's like 4 parts to that question, so I'm going to try to hit them all. I got it. I mean, the first big thing about playing online, I'll start with online first. First of all, it's pretty great because the online perspective of I can play with friends literally anywhere is pretty great. Mm-hmm. Like, that is obviously one of the big differences between the internet and the table is that when you do a table, like, we kind of have to be close to each other.
Right. And have
and have the same love for the game and actually want to play. Like, I have friends around me that, have no interest in playing D&D, so as much as it would be great to sit down and play at a table with them, if they don't want to play, they don't want to play. But, that's just how it is. But, online, you have more you have more people out there to find and play with. And, the other thing about, with the Roll22, I think it's kind of, or Roll20, or just internet in general, I mean, I think you get a lot more fun things to play with. I mean, a little bit more in terms of, like, maps that you can do. It does make it streamlined a little bit in terms of, like, looking up things. Like, Roll20 is pretty great in terms of, like, spells are at the ready, character sheets there. I mean, really all you need to do is show up and have some sort of internet access, and you're good. Like, everything's all there for you. But, I mean, one of the big drawbacks I think of Roll20 or just internet play in general is, and this is actually one of the big reasons why hopefully eventually maybe at Gen Con, if we get to do this as a HotA fam, we actually get to sit down and play together. I think it'd be amazing.
It'd be really fun.
It'd be a lot of fun. And get to high five everyone in person when we don't die.
Or maybe that's when we get the TPK I want.
It's for everyone to be able to hug each other and cry instead of you can hug and cry through the internet when we will die. But like, I mean, just kind of going along with that. I mean, internet play, I think you can still get the emotions of it, right? As long as you're ingrained with your character. But one of the big differences, obviously, is that when you're in character, like at the table, I think there's just like that little extra oomph in terms of like emotional stuff. Like when you're there and like someone's character dies, it's like right there. Their person's right there, and it's like, oh god, what happened? Like, what do we do? Like, you actually have like an oh shit moment. Like, oh god, what do we do? Shit, what do we do? I mean, not that you don't have that in a internet game, but I think it's just being at a table, you can see all of those different emotions. Like when someone's looking around, or someone's trying to be sneaky, or someone's like, there's just you're in it together because you're literally sitting there. Me personally, nothing against Roll20, and hopefully Roll20 is not listening to me, but I know I'm not the only one who hates Roll20 rolls. I would much rather just roll the dice, man. Because son of a bitch, I think Roll20 has it out for you sometimes. It tells a great story, but sometimes I just want to crit and I can't. Yeah. And I crit at looking at walls and shit. It's like, fuck, I didn't. It's a wall. Like nothing happened. But it's as it is. But and then to combine all of this, the other question was about streaming. I mean, this is the first time I've ever streamed anything, and I think it's great. I think it's awesome getting to interact with people and hanging out like an RDI just like this and talking, but. Like, even during the game on Tuesdays, I do try to separate myself for a little bit. Like, when we're playing, I have Twitch minimized. And, I have this up and Roll20, so we're just playing. And then on breaks and stuff, I'll bring it back up and say some things because, I just want to be in the moment and play. And sometimes I'll switch back just to see if everyone has any questions or they're saying anything, and I'll try to interact real quick. But, I mean, for the most part, it's really cool just to have the whole HotA family... HotA family fan base that's starting to grow, which is pretty cool that people like what we're doing and want to watch. It's pretty awesome, and hopefully we're entertaining enough that no one hates us too much.
Well, even if there's nobody watching, we still play and we still have a great time. So
we still have fun. We're gonna play and have fun anyway. It's just a matter of people want to watch and have fun with us.
Right. What are some questions you have, or some things that you're curious for me to talk about or go over?
Questions for you?
Yeah.
So,
Question for the DM. Let's see. Who's your favorite character and why is it Finley?
I gotta say, with the new voice intros, my favorite part of the whole thing is when you're like, me! Like, every time I hear it, it cracks me up. I die. A little part of me dies in a good way. I love that.
It's okay. Your other kids aren't here, so we can talk about how much you love Finley.
Yeah,
And
but they
they'll
might watch it. No, but let's see. Unbiasedly, my favorite character out of the four.
How about you do, like, since you know, we don't know where the story's going this way.
Mm-hmm.
The fortune tell for the most part. Like, you can't, like, but at least you as a DM know a little bit about these, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let me put it to you this way, whose backstory coming forward are you most like, that's going to be fucking interesting?
Urgra. Watching
Okay.
what happens with Urgra is going to be absolutely amazing for everybody. Hers is more of a delayed gratification for the manifestation of the background tie-in. When that finally comes to fruition, it's going to be really, really good. And I'm really that's one of the things I'm looking forward to the most. Ooh, Connor's here. What's up, man? Yeah, we're talking about you. So that's...
Here's a ringing.
Yeah, right. Just tuned in.
It's funny. It's funny how I say, who's your favorite character or why is it me? And all of a sudden, now it's like, oh, everyone's coming in now. Hey, what the fuck?
Yeah, so I think that one is going to be the most fun. I mean, because you guys don't know what's coming down the road. Totally Dad's favorite. Yeah. I didn't even know you were here either. But I'm really excited for it. But it's going to, I mean, any parent with kids is going to say, oh, I love all my kids. You know, yeah, you love them all, but we all have our favorite. Like, I have 3 kids. I got my favorite. I'm never going to tell them who it is.
Don't say it on the internet, dude, because it never does. Always be there.
But if my house is on fire, all 3 kids are in there, I can only grab one. I know which one I'm grabbing. I'm just saying. But it's hopefully never going to come to that. But we all have our favorites, and of course, I have my favorite character of it too. It's so hard to differentiate with you guys the difference between your character and you as a player, because of how integrated we have. So much time we have spent of you being your character.
Right.
Traditionally, with other campaigns I've ran or that I've watched, like, there's, you can like the player and not like the character, vice versa, and there could be a very hard line where you separate them. But with you guys, it's almost impossible to separate the two because of how ingrained you guys are. And you and I, out of all 4 players, you and I have spent the most time because you're doing all the RDI stuff. We've done a lot of side talking, so I'm definitely closer to you than the other players. So I think that makes me connected with Finley just because I'm connected with you. But I absolutely love...
The nipples go hard. Go ahead.
I absolutely love the dynamics of the group as a whole. I mean, it's definitely one of those cliche, like, how does it go? The whole is greater than the sum of all the parts, or something like that. Like, all 4 of you together is worth 5 instead of just 1. And seeing you guys play together, especially now after all the practicing that we've done and stuff, and you guys take your role playing so seriously. You constantly try to make sure that you're encouraging each other when we're doing our decompressions, and but also, like, if somebody messes up on something, it's very constructive about it. I get the benefit of seeing much bigger picture than the viewers do because we have all of our stuff during the week. We have all the stuff we talk about before and after the stream. I know a ton about your guys' characters that you each other don't know. it's almost like, it sounds weird, but there's almost like from a literature standpoint, it's very, very much romance, like just the relationships that everybody is building, and it's person to person, but it's also character to character. I really enjoy seeing the bonding and the dynamics of everybody operating together. It's really fun to watch for me.
Well, okay, so another question.
Ooh, Melissa's here. Hey, Melissa.
So, question. This is kind of a fun little twist since we're talking about DMs and stuff, right? If you could pick someone from the group, so it's kind of a two-part question because you got to think about it a little bit.
Okay.
If you could pick someone from the group to switch with you and they be the DM, whether it be HotA in terms of like the world or HotA 3.9 or whatever, just don't worry so much about the setting, but in terms of like, if you could pick someone from the group to switch with you and DM, who would you pick? And it's kind of a double-edged question because one, from the DM perspective, and then two, who are the three that you'd want to play with? So it's kind of like a double. It's like a double question. Take your time. Take your time.
I have no problem with saying a direct answer because it's not personal. It is personal for preference for what I would anticipate DM style be like. But this answer is not because I don't want to say one over the other. I genuinely would love to be a player temporarily for all four of you for extremely different reasons, and that's why each of you were picked. You guys were all picked for drastically different reasons. Like when we're doing all the interviews and sifting through 80 plus people who applied originally, you guys gotta know D&D. You gotta know how to roleplay. You gotta be charismatic because you're in front of a camera. Like there's very generic things that you have to be, so it's easy to start sifting through that. But then when we got to that final 15 people or so, it started getting a lot harder because they were all qualified. They were all able to do it. It's just, who do I want to spend, a large portion of my time for the next 2 years with? And it's got to be people who I connect with, I can relate to, that, like your Ninja Turtle analogy, where they all have something different to bring to the group. They can't all be Kyle Brodigans.
There's just one.
That could be a great one-shot, but a campaign, it wouldn't be a great campaign. It just wouldn't. So you guys were very particularly picked, and I think that myself as a player could easily blend with any four of the five, like anyone subbing out to be the DM. So I think it would be fun, and it would be pretty cool actually down the future, just something else to do. We could even have each of you make a one-shot where the other three players and myself as a player. That'd be kind of fun.
It would be.
So that is definitely something we can do.
I love you, but you literally just answered that as a blanket answer. I want a specific answer right now today.
I can give specifics for each person if you want, like why I would choose them. Does that suffice? Okay, so for
okay,
you,
I will accept just because it will elongate the answer, but you have to do me last. That's what she said.
Why would you want to be the last one? Wouldn't you want to be the first one?
Nope. I want to hear.
No. From the sexual one, you wouldn't want to be the like the last one. You'd want to be the first. Anyway, all right. So with Dylan, he's got a very strong intensity to him, and he loves tapping into the darker side of things. Like for instance, like a vampire one shot, I think would be really, really fun as Dylan being the DM for all of us to go through, where it's just all of us thrown into just a dark moment of something looming over everybody. I think would be a really fun way for him to thrive and for all of us to just deal with the lack of hope. I think that'd be really fun.
So you think so Dylan specifically would have a very dark shadow overcast of death?
I don't think he would have to, but I think that's where he would DM the best in. Like, like a Curse of Strahd kind of a feel. You know what I mean? Where things are like preying on other things, not just you have an antagonist and a protagonist, and they have conflict of interest. I see more of that being a Connor style. With Dylan, though, I see it being like there's something that is hunting or preying, trying to destroy and draw life essence from something. Let's see, with Connor, I definitely see him being really good at balancing and synergizing things to be very balanced. So I think if he would do a one-shot, I think what he would thrive in would be something where, like, I think everybody would get a good chance to try a little bit of everything, and it would, like, everybody would have their place and be very systematic, and like, time and place would always be right with his style. With Andrew, he's kind of hard to peg for what I think his DM style would be, because he came into this, he was the only person who knew, like, I'm going to be a wizard, like, I don't care anything else, but I'm going to be a wizard, because he just loves magic. Just Andrew loves magic. So with him, I think a really fun setting I would see myself having a really good time would be like a whimsical, like an Alice in Wonderland kind of thing, where just magic is just imbued in everything and just alters reality. I think that would be really fun.
Right. That would be kind of cool.
With you, let's see. You have tons of positive energy. It's just, your cup is full and overflowing. It just pours out from you. But I don't think that with some people who are very, like, ultra charismatic and very high positive energy, sometimes the creative side is just a natural downside of that, but you don't lack in that area. So I think that you would be a really good DM to play under, because of the creative things. I think you would always be bringing things to the group that we had, like, nothing would be anticipated. It would always be something for, like, holy cow, like, every moment would just be like, like, I think I would just be, okay, all the time. And I think that'd be really fun, is you'd be super unpredictable because you do have a very very strong creative vein, I guess.
That's kind of how the Wednesday game goes, so that makes sense. just trying to keep people on their toes, man. Just there's stuff going on all the time. No, that's good. That works. Okay, I was just curious because it is a two-part question, because if you take one of us into the DM, now you have to also think about, now you're playing with such and such. So, like, if Dylan DM'd, it'd be, me and you and Connor and AJ in a death hope, no hope world.
Right.
How would the four of us react to that setting? And then, like you said, like with Connor, we'd have to really work together in terms of this and that and this. And then with AJ, there's giant fucking mushrooms. Like, what is happening?
Right.
And then with mine, it'd be like, I don't know. What do you think? Sorry, I'm trying to set a different mood in here. I like it now. We're good.
You happy with the colors?
Yeah.
Okay.
Melissa requested pink.
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
Shaun wearing a blazer over his head. Go for it. Yeah, thank you. Yes. My fashion sense is actually crap. I used to wear socks with flip-flops. I have to have people teach me these things. I am unaware of what is appropriate to combine. I don't know. So
Think you look fly, bro. If no one can tell, I have a robe on, and I'm not going to tell you if I have pants on or not. Just the dude in his robe and a t-shirt and a hat with a fireplace in his basement in York, Pennsylvania.
And bunny slippers. Don't forget those.
Yeah, I actually do have slippers on, but they're not bunnies.
Oh. Are those mocks? Are those moccasins?
Yeah.
Nice.
I like slippers.
Yeah.
Slippers and robes. That's why I integrated into Finley. That just totally made sense.
Dad fashion.
Totally made sense.
Yes, I'm a very cliche dad. I love dad jokes. Totally. That's me in a nutshell. Your sound is much higher than sound on Twitch.
I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means either. You have to help us out here, Melissa. I don't know what that means. Are you saying he's louder than I am?
Oh.
It's your laugh. Stop laughing,
Well,
Cole. You're not allowed to have fun.
So now that we have Melissa and Connor here, I mean, ask some questions. You guys are joining in. Do you guys have any questions?
Yeah, what do you guys want us to talk about? We had some really good discussions earlier with some people bringing up stuff, and it's been a lot of fun to just kind of, whatever you guys bring up.
We had Robert as card thrower. We had Broken. We had Shadow in here. Asked a lot of good questions. A lot of role-playing questions that were really good, and yeah.
Until we get a question. So I'm going to throw the same question back at you. Out of the other 3 players, which one would you want to have them do a one-shot DM with me as a player?
Can I just give the same answer of what it would look like, or just one?
Whatever.
I'll just do one.
Yeah, whatever you want.
So let's say, for whatever reason, on Tuesday, now whether it be the HotA setting or not, but for some reason, Shaun was like, I just want to play now, someone else DM.
Mm-hmm.
So who would I pick? I think I would pick. I think I would pick Connor. I think I would pick Connor to DM. I mean, first of all, he knows his stuff. Not to say that everybody doesn't, but I think Connor knows his shit. And I think that. I think when it comes to Connor too, if he was the DM for the group, like in terms of things making sense, which I kind of like, in terms of like we were talking earlier about like fighting, right? Mm-hmm. And the question was like, as a DM, do you have all your bad guys target one person, just like good guys all target one bad guy and see what happens? Mm-hmm. And we were talking about like, well, if an arrow comes from over here, do they keep fighting here? Do they go over there? Like, you know, as a DM, you have to constantly be thinking about what my bad guy would do because this thing just happened. And for someone who likes that, which I do, for it to make sense, like even in the Tuesday game yesterday, where you had the Quippers attack Finley, but Kurtz is the one that just hit them. So it just makes more sense that you're like, no, that makes sense. They would probably hit him because that's what hit. Like that kind of thinking, mm-hmm. I think Connor's really good at that kind of stuff. Like the very realistic,
the systematic
outcome.
Approach to things. Yeah.
Yeah. Like nothing would ever not make sense in terms of the thought process or the legality of it, if you will, like the realism. There you go. Which again in D&D, you know, the magic stuff is whatever, but that's a world that we're playing in. But like in terms of like the realism of it, I think would be on point. Not to say that the other ones wouldn't do it too. I know I find myself sometimes like really trying to zone in and remember like why this is happening this way from a realistic standpoint, but I think Connor would be really good at that. So that would be my choice.
Okay. Looks like we got He Hate Me 480 coming. You run a few 5e games. Awesome. Yeah, well, welcome. So anyone new that hasn't been here before, so this is Red Dragon Inn. It's just a talk show we do on Wednesdays. Normally there's 5 of us. We come in and we just talk anything about D&D with rotating. Well, not rotating. We don't do more than once, but certain topics we have pre-planned that we talk about for a few hours. This one we're doing just Colin and myself, and we're kind of just doing more of a low-key personal one where we're trying to address any questions or topics that you guys want to talk about. So throw some down in the chat, and we'll see them, and we'll talk about them. We've had a lot of really good stuff come up tonight. On Tuesdays, we have our campaign at 6:30 p.m. Pacific. Hopefully, all of you guys will come check us out. We're getting ready to hard launch on January 8th. We've been going through several months of Session 0 stuff, preparing for the campaign, but it's going to be kicked off. It's going to be a lot of fun. Got a really good crew of players who know their stuff. They're really entertaining, so hopefully we can see you guys on there.
Absolutely. It'd be awesome.
You guys should play Red Dragon Inn and get sloshed for funsies. So, Red Dragon Inn is my favorite board game. That's why we named the main tavern in the capital of the campaign it, and why the talk show is it. So, yeah, I play it all the time. I have, like, 5 different boxes. Play all the time. That'd be fun. I was actually thinking about making an RDI game in Roll20 and having a thing where we can jump on and play it. Have you ever played Red Dragon Inn, Kyle?
Nope.
Have you heard of it before?
Nope.
So it's a fantasy. It's just like D&D. It's pretty much you play characters who come with a character deck. It's a card game, and like there's wizards and barbarians and rogue. Like there's a bunch of different characters, and there's different boxes with different sets. And the game takes place after the adventuring is done, and you're back in the tavern, which is called the Red Dragon Inn, and you're trying to get everyone else drunk, or steal their gold before they get it to you. So there's you have your health, and then you have your drunk meter, and when they touch wherever it is on the thing, there's 20 numbers. If you get to where they touch, then you pass out, and you're out of the game. And then you also have a stack of gold coins that if all those are gone, then you're out. And so you're all doing attacks to each other and giving each other drinks and having drinking contests and a bunch of different stuff. So it's really fun, and you can actually turn it into a drinking game where when your character drinks, you drink as well, and it's a lot of fun. It's
holy shit.
It's dangerous. So yes, that's where the name comes from. So it's a lot of fun. And if you guys haven't played it, check it out. Most nerd shops, game stores have it, and you can also buy it online for a little bit cheaper. But it's definitely a fun game.
Yeah, bring in the Gen Con, Melissa. That'd be awesome.
The Mega Box. Oh, the big one? Yeah, I really want to get that to hold all my stuff.
He Hate Me had a question.
Yeah, fire it away.
I'll say. First of all, I mentioned in the chat, He Hate Me, and you can post your answer in the thing. Is that an old school XFL reference? Because if so, that's amazing. But here's his question, or her question. So what do you guys do when you have a player who seems to hog the spotlight?
Ooh.
Dealing with this myself.
All right, so a lot of it is preparatory. You got to put it out there in Session 0 or before the campaign starts of expectations. But I'll let Kyle explain it from the player point of view, what we did to keep this from happening.
Well, first of all, we had a very in-depth interview process specifically dealing with this particular question of spotlight and spotlight hogging and spotlight shying, if you will, and that middle ground, which is where you want to live at, is spotlight appreciation. Because there's both sides of the fence of that. But we went over that pretty hardcore before we even picked a play in this game in the interview process about how you would deal with spotlight when it's on you, when it's not on you. Stepping up to it, and even still after selected and playing in the game and doing our practice session zeros and things, and gonna hop into the campaign here in the new year. Not only session 0 is important in terms of going over your expectations, which is huge. We have our decompressions after game where we talk about it as well. And even on a individual basis with the DM, have had conversations of helping someone or noticing when someone is or is not. Really just, the decompressions are huge in terms of, from a player perspective, understanding where your other players are at, not only jumping into the spotlight when they should, but also people. It's not so much a calling out; it's just a recognition and understanding of, oh, I didn't even know I was doing that, but I appreciate you telling me. I don't want to steal your shine away. And it does really kind of help too, because if you feel like you always just like want to jump into a situation, realizing when, you know, it's not your time to shine, literally the spotlight thing, it's player recognition at that point. So the word that we use to help you out with your question, since you said that you're dealing with this currently, is a word that we use is aware. Like you have to be aware of the situation. Awareness is big. So it might be one of those things where maybe you want to have it as a group conversation after a game sometime. You know, just bring it up in terms of could just be a blanket statement. You know, just saying, hey, when it comes to spotlight, when it's your turn to shine, step into that thing and own it. And when it's not your time to shine, recognize, one, it's not, and two, also recognize that you're going to have your spotlight times too. That's when you jump into it. Again, that word of being aware is a big, you know, that you're not always stepping into other people's, because one, that's not fun for anyone. And two, you know, your DM is trying to do something specific storyline wise. You're not in everyone's story, all right? So just as much as you want, you know, let things happen and just be, again, situationally aware when it's your turn to step up and not. So that's my answer to that question. Go ahead.
From my experience, the majority of players who are constantly hogging the spotlight, their intentions are not bad. There are, you know, occasionally somebody who is just a dick, but most of the time it's just the lack of awareness he was speaking about, of that they're just wanting to have fun all the time, and they don't realize that them hogging it all the time is taking away from everybody, because they're only thinking about their own perspective. So it's usually correctable if
I'd agree with that.
Don't do it during the game, do it before or after the game, and just be like, just be real, be very transparent. That's something we all talk about, is just being transparent. Whatever you're feeling or thinking about somebody, you need to make sure you say it so they're aware of it, and then you can make a decision together where you go from there. But just pull them aside, just be completely honest, be like, hey, I feel like you're hogging the spotlight, and that takes away from our fun, and, you know, and explain the reasons and examples, but do it constructively, not insulting, and usually you'll get good results. Just put it in perspective of, we're all here to have fun, and when you do this, it takes away from our fun, and when it's your turn, you know, we're not saying don't be in the spotlight, but just don't take it from us. And I kind of think of it like a stage, like a theater stage, and there's a spotlight shining on it. If it's a feeling where like the spotlight's there and just whoever jumps into it, it's on it, obviously the most outgoing person is going to be in it the most. I kind of have it like a searchlight. Like, our campaign's going, the story's going, the spotlight is roaming based on the story. And as they're going, like, if it falls on you, while it's on you, you're the star. When it's off of you, you don't chase after it. You're just supporting the group. And then when it falls on them, don't pull them out. Don't push people into it. You know, like, let them control their own thing. But if you notice, there is a particular player who's not going into it when they have their opportunities, that's when you should kind of push them into it a little bit. But just respect the process, you know, and just don't jump in and don't pull people out, you know. Let's see, what else we got?
Spotlight's a good question, man. Yeah, it's a really good question.
Really important topic. We spent, I don't know how many hours talking about it.
A lot, but needed too, especially, you know, when you're trying to, you know, tell a story. It's also very, it's a positive feeling to know that, from two sides of the coin here. One, it's a positive feeling to know that when the spotlight's not on you, that you're supporting your friends. And then to also have that same feeling of recognition that when the spotlight is on you, that your friends have your support too. Does that make sense? Like, knowing that there's that good flow. Oh, thanks, Melissa! Cheers, love. But does that make sense? It's like, it'd be one of those things where, like, if you knew the spotlight was on you, but you know that there's some other character, like, that's using your stage example, and you're standing on stage and the spotlight's on you, and you have to constantly look over your shoulder to see if someone's coming to knock you out of it. Like, that's not fun. Like, who the hell wants to do that? I'd rather just not be in it and then not have to worry about being bumped. But if you know that when the spotlight's on you, your supporting cast supports you, that's a good feeling. You know that you can step up, and maybe that does help you step up into the spotlight and own it. And on the flip side of that, when it's not on you, that character, your PC, your friend, your ally, knowing that you have their support, is also a good feeling for yourself too. To know that you have your character friends back and things in terms of what you want to do. Yeah, man. If it's important to you, let's go do it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, spotlight. That's a good question. Great question.
And yeah, in our decompressions at the end, we also take a moment. We talk about things to improve, things went well, but we also try to did any player do anything that you appreciated or that you didn't like? But if somebody supported you in that spotlight and you noticed it during the decompression, if you acknowledge it to them, it's gonna make them feel good. You know what I mean? And they're going to want to reinforce that, and they're going to, whenever you're in the spotlight, they're going to try to support you in that again, and that'll make you want to support them. So it's all about communication, really, and just practice.
Right.
Yeah. Keep the ideas. What do you guys want us to talk about? Questions, comments. It could be personal questions. It could be questions about the stream. It could be questions about the players, the campaign. D&D in general, DMing, advice. I don't know if it'll always be solid, but we have an opinion on everything. It may not be the right one, but
Yeah, we do. It might not be right, but we have one.
I said, yeah, I've talked to him. They told me I just do what I feel like I would do if he was there. He seems to start fights.
I'm gonna address that in just a second, but continue. Go ahead.
He seems to start fights with just about everything when I had set it up for them to talk things out in hopes of letting the bard types have time in the spotlight.
Yeah, okay. This is just to answer and kind of go along with the conversation here. There's that fine line that we as players walk in terms of this is what my character would do in terms of good, solid character development, role playing in the situation. And the other side, interestingly enough, is the same phrase of this is what my character would do. In the negative side, doesn't mean anything, has no purpose. You're literally using that as a cop-out excuse.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense? So it's literally the same phrase, this is what my character would do, but there's two very different outcomes of that situation where I feel it's almost like okay, and he hate me. We actually talked this a little bit earlier about if you're connected to your character and keeping everyone involved, you shouldn't really have to act almost anymore. You're just being your character because that's what it is. You should the player should recognize again where this comes into play again, but the player who keeps going in and fighting for no reason, or just doing this because that's what my character do. Honestly, I feel like that phrase is probably the biggest cop out in D&D. I think that fallback phrase, dude, why did you do that? Well, that's what my character would do. That's
putting the responsibility on the fake character instead of the player who's actually making the decisions.
Right. Yeah, just no man. I mean, me as Kyle, I would never go do that, but that's what my character would do, so that's why I did it. I mean, is it again that same response though? If it's almost you just have to be aware of it, man. That is just such an easy cop out when it's almost like if you have to say it, that's the cop out. You know what I mean? If you do something and you don't have to say it, and then other players are like, "No, that makes sense. That's what his character would do." Does that make the difference? You know what I'm saying? If your other character players recognize it as that's what your character would do based on what they know about you, that means that you're role playing who you are.
If you ever have to say that's what my character would do, it probably isn't what your character would do. I get what you're saying.
You're on the negative side of that phrase there.
Right.
Yeah, does that make sense? So, let's just take Tuesday for example. There's a hot chick walking down the street, and Finley goes up and starts a conversation. I shouldn't have to say that my character, my teammates know that that's what Finley would do, right? Like there's a whole persona, there's a whole background, there's a whole character developed around how Finley interacts with women, right? I shouldn't have to go up and say, well, I went up and touched her ass because that's just what Finley would do. Like, no, like I shouldn't have to say that. So that's the bridge. That's the gap. If, in my personal opinion, if a character says that, that's the cop-out. That's bullshit. If other characters recognize that, then I think your player's doing what they, that's what is ingrained into their character story. But I think a lot of groups have the how do you deal with the player that, we're in the castle and we're talking to the king and for some reason the barbarian goes up and punches the king in the face. Like, I think everyone has to deal with that at some point, I guess. I don't know. But maybe that's not so much a blanket statement anymore. It's more of just, you just need to have a serious conversation with the player at that point. And he hate me. We actually talked a little bit earlier about, have you ever had to deal with toxic players or players that sometimes, like, honestly, for the better of the group, you just have to have that conversation of, this might just not be working out, man. Like, if you want to go up and just hit stuff, maybe a murder rope goes for you, where you can just go and hit stuff. That's your thing. Again, session 0 in terms of these are our expectations of we're going to do story and this, that, and the other thing. That all comes into play. We already talked about that, but a question that you missed a little bit earlier in regards to maybe this just isn't the right group for you. That's more of a one-on-one conversation and to have a serious chat about it and be like, what do you think about it? And if they're like, yeah, man, maybe this isn't my group. It's okay. Cool. And see the difference in the group. And if they own up to it and be like, I didn't even realize it. I'm sorry. I'll try to work on it and recognize it. Now we get that awareness word back into the play. You know what I mean?
It presents a win-win. Either they conform and it's a better environment for everybody, or they leave and then it's better for everybody and they're not causing problems. So, I mean, you don't want to just kick players out anytime there's a problem. You always want to try to solve as much as possible. But at first it sounded like you were a fellow player and it was another player that was hogging it from you. But after I asked, you said you're the DM. So I'm going to kind of turn the mirror to you a little bit. I don't know the exact details, but you as the DM, responsibility always falls on your shoulder. Are the players having fun? That's your responsibility. The guidelines for the group dynamic, that's your responsibility. How the players interact with each other, that's your responsibility. Like, you're the boss when it comes to all of that. You get all the credit and all the blame. It's all on your shoulder. That's
the life of a DM.
It's the mantle that very few of us take on. It's a blessing and a curse. So I think the first step is to acknowledge and really accept the fact that if someone is doing this and it's a problem, it's your fault for not correcting it. Be the advocate for your group. The players don't want to have to call each other out on stuff. They don't want to have to police each other's behavior. They just want to show up, play their character, and have a lot of fun and explore your world and do things collaboratively together. They don't want to have to correct each other. DMs don't want to have to do that either, but it's not your player's responsibility. It's your responsibility. You set the guidelines. You set the rules, not just combat rules, not just encounter rules. You also set the guidelines for the dynamics of the party and the expectation of the players. So maybe a good idea would be to sit everybody down and make a block of time, maybe before a game starts. Like, all right, we're going to play tonight, but first there are some things we need to all address and everybody get on the same page. This is what, it doesn't matter what the rules were or the lack of rules, but from here on out, this is what we're going to do. Like, for instance, and rules can change over time. We had a problem with a player who kept drinking, and I don't have a problem with that, but they got too drunk on a stream of playing the game, and it really distracted from everything. It became a mess, so we had to sit down and everybody, all right, here's the new rule, no drinking while we're streaming. And it's, either way it's fine, but it became a problem, so we addressed it, and we set up boundaries to keep this thing from happening again. So every group's different. You're going to have different rules with different people, but the rules are there not to bottleneck the experience, it's to enhance it. If a negative thing came up, well, then there should be a rule, and that's just to protect everybody's fun and everybody's experience. But yeah, so hopefully you can get it figured out. Let us know. How it goes.
I'm sorry, Shaun. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go, Kyle.
I didn't want to lose my train of thought there for a second, but yeah, definitely let us know how it makes out with it. But just to kind of piggyback off that thought, what Shaun's saying is taking the responsibility as the DM, as much as it sucks to do sometimes because we're all friends, we're all here trying to play a game together. Mm-hmm. And it's like you don't want to necessarily be the bad guy. Honestly, though, as a DM, you also have earned that right to be the bad guy and get in there and tell your players as a blanket statement, or if you want to do the one-on-one, you're the ruler, you're the god of this world. Read your group, and here's the thing too: is that it's good if you're early in this group now or early in the campaign now to recognize it now, because any problem, whether it be this in terms of the guy goes up and tries to punch everything, or this person steals a spotlight, or that, if you let it continue, it's only going to get worse.
Yep, snowball.
Exponentially worse. Like, not just a little bit, it's going to get worse in jumps in terms of just, like, what the hell is happening. So, nip in the butt, like Shaun said, maybe just a quick little powwow before a game. Maybe talk to the player beforehand, be like, this is what I'm going to do, and I'm going to talk about it. Maybe you have the one-on-one and then you do the blanket statement with the group. So the person that knows their offense knows that you're talking about them, but as a group, let's just iron this out now so we can continue to play and have fun, which is the main focus. But if everyone's not having fun, that's not fair to the group.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Constructive criticism versus just tearing somebody down.
Right.
You're not wanting to rip into them. They're there to have fun. They're just taking away from someone else's fun, and that's how it should be approached. Is just, this is an area you can improve, and then talk about it. But then sometimes it can make you feel like less of a bad guy if you afterwards you open it up to them, maybe suggesting something about yourself, something that you can get better at too. Sure. That goes a long way with people. All four of my players and my whole group of developers, they have constructively criticized many things that I've done, and it's never fun to hear something somebody says about you that's not great, but man, it really helps you improve as a player, as a DM, as a person. Just trusting people's intentions are good, and taking the criticism to make changes to make yourself better. So hopefully
and just one last thing I'll say on that too, that's a really good point. I don't know how old you are, but just from our own perspective of our Tuesday game, like, we're all adults here. Like, honestly, if you can't take a little bit of a knock on the chin if you're doing something that you shouldn't be, I mean, like, again, I don't know how old you are in your group, but, in our group, like, we do constructive criticism, and, sometimes, like Shaun said, it sucks to hear that stuff. However, it's not with the intention of dragging you down. It's the intention of making you better.
Yep.
And how that player interprets that and takes it tells you a lot about the person. I mean, if a person can take that criticism and be like, you know what, I now that you say it and I look at it, I understand and I will try to do better and apologize to the group or whatever they do, or they're like, fuck that, I'm not doing anything wrong, I'm just doing what my character would do, and they go to the cop-out phrase again. Maybe you're leaning more towards this is just a toxic player and this isn't the group for you. You have a very customer service approach to it.
Right.
To not be mean about it, but just be like, it's just, to answer a question from before about have you ever had a toxic player? Yes. My very first group, we had a player who, like, we had no idea really what we were doing, and he was a very seasoned player. And it's not like there was anything wrong with the combination in terms of people. It's just that he just did not fit the group. He wasn't being an asshole or anything. He just, like, was very rules-oriented and doing this and doing that. Like, dude, we're just here to have fun and roll dice and kill stuff. Like, There's a story here. Our friend is being a DM for the first time. I've never played before. And this guy's like, I played back in Gary Gygax's basement and shit.
WWNAM.
Right? So it's like, and that's fine. That's cool. Like, he wanted to play with us so we could learn. But it just got to a point, it's like, dude, you're an awesome person and stuff, but I mean, unless you can calm it down on the rule mongering, like, it just might not be a good fit.
Right.
Nothing, and there was nothing wrong with that. He's like, no, I understand. It's not the first time I've left a group or joined another group. It's fine. And that was a very early lesson for me to learn of like, wow, oh, okay, well that went a little better than I thought it would. But the conversation is going to help, I think.
Yeah, and then also follow up after the conversation. So I don't know if you've taken any psychology classes, but positive reinforcement is the best way to train anybody, anything. So say you talk to this person about hogging the spotlight and they take it as constructive criticism and they work on it. Be watching for them from there on out. If you ever notice an area or a moment where they didn't hog the spotlight where they were going to and it made a better experience, reinforce that. It's like, hey, I noticed that you didn't do, like, good job. Like, everybody had a better experience because you didn't do that. And that's going to, like, solidify that decision that they made, and it's going to make them want to repeat it. People love getting praise. They love hearing they did something good. And they're going to want to try to do that thing again. So, yeah, positive reinforcement goes a long ways. All right. What else do we want to talk about? Give us some topics. Give us some questions. What's something you want to talk about until we get a question, Kyle?
We on our HotARPG.com page, if you haven't checked it out yet, we actually have a whole bunch of links in the menu there in the drop down with HotA 2, PvP coming up, and RDI like we're on right now. And on the RDI, if you click on there, you can see all the shows that we've already done in the past, like Dragons and things, and some of the topics that we're coming up with. But the one when it came to DM, which I was really looking forward to in terms of some of the topics, and we're kind of DMing right now in terms of the DM hat that we've talked about in terms of answering the questions from a very DM perspective. But one of the things, if I recall, that was on there when it came to a DM topic train was like creation, right? It was talking about things like I'll bring it up real quick. It was talking about things like NPC creation, like city creation, world creation, like just creation in general. Do you remember what I'm talking about, Shaun?
I can pull it up real quick.
I just thought that would be a really cool thing to talk about because, I mean, half the reward of being the DM is that, unless you use a module or a book or, something like that, is you get to make stuff, man. Like, you get to make a world and make people and make things. Like, what? Like, that's like you're basically making your own storybook for characters to literally jump between the pages and roll deep into. Like, that's pretty cool. And I thought that'd be really cool to talk about.
Yeah, wait, creating a world, creating NPCs, and style of DMing, DM mistakes. Looking for players.
Okay, so I did knock on some of them. Okay. So like just like the creating the world, creating the NPC, I thought that'd be kind of a fun thing to talk about in between questions that we get.
Sure.
Just in general do you want to talk about how you came up with the HotA world? I mean, I guess you can't talk about too much, but maybe other games that you DM for, or I can talk about my games that I DM for, or whatever you want.
Yeah,
that's just thought that'd be cool.
Yeah, I don't mind talking about HotA. So I got.
You don't mind talking about HotA? Your brain child, baby.
Yeah, my baby. Yeah. The whole reason why this talk show's even going.
Sure, go ahead. Sure.
So yeah, there's two kinds of player, or like just people who play D&D at all. There's those who like to create, and then there's those who like to play in it. I think everybody's got a little bit of both, but there's definitely a big difference in like. There's the creators and then there's the players. And I think most DMs that I know of, they became a DM just because like nobody else was DMing. And it's like, well, someone's got to do it. I drew the short straw, so I'm going to figure out how the fuck to do this. It's very high learning curve. It's very hard to do well. I think that's why most people get into DMing is just lack of someone doing it.
Right.
So that's how I originally started too. But after getting my feet wet and figuring out this very complex machine of D&D, I figured out that I'm a very creative person. I love creative writing. I love world building. I love writing fantasy storylines, and I love coming up with plot twists for characters you go through. If you don't have a passion for that, if it doesn't like wake you up in the middle of the night, there's only so far into DMing I think you can get, just because there has to be the passion there to get to a certain level. Like, you'll eventually reach a ceiling to where it's not that you're a bad DM, it's just you're never going to get to that great DM threshold if you don't enjoy creating, because the players are there to play in a world that is made for them. They don't want to have to think about other things. They just want to make decisions, and they want to build relationships, and they want to kill shit. That's pretty much all they want to do. They don't want to have to think about
D&D.
Right. They don't want to have to think about the politics connecting or the motives behind clan wars, or the physics behind things going on in the world, or the global currency exchange rate. They don't give a fuck about any of that stuff. They just want to show up and play in whatever you make up. So you got to love creating these things for players, or it's gonna eventually become very dry for them.
That got me for some reason. The global currency exchange rate.
I don't know. Like,
nobody gives a fuck.
Nobody. I don't care about that. But I'm just saying that, like, having a passion for creating really fun stuff is really important as a DM, and that's going to pour into NPCs. That's going to pour into encounters. That's going to pour into maps. It's going to pour into how monsters react. Of course, you can't do these things when you're first starting off. It is definitely a learning process, but there is a ton of good videos on YouTube. Just search how to be a good DM. Dawnforge Cast has a good one. There's several YouTube streamers that have a lot of really good content, and that is where I learned probably 70% of how to DM is from other people who have done it a long time and who are really good. I think a good thing to do as a DM is to kind of make a list of things that you need to work on to be a better DM. And a lot of the stuff isn't what you would initially think. Like, voice acting. Does that enhance gaming? Yes, it does. But that is so far down the list compared to other things. Managing the group of people who are playing is very, very important. Setting expectations. There are so many things that just with mediocre DMing, if you can lead people well and facilitate a good time.
Yep.
It doesn't matter if it's a vampire or a lich or a beholder or a dragon as the bad guy. Like, those are things you think when you initially get into it. It's like, oh, it's got to be this epic thing and this backstory. Like, that stuff is good to get too, but it's so far down the list. Learn how to become a good leader and facilitate fun.
That's a great way to put it.
Number one.
That's a great one-liner.
What do you think, Kyle?
I mean, first of all, everything you said was pretty on point, pretty perfect. I mean, my goodness gracious, just right into the point of, I mean, you got to have a passion for it if you want to do it and do it right. The passion for it, like you said, waking up in the middle of the night, just like thinking of, oh, I could add this to this character's backstory, or oh, I can make this trinket be important for some reason, or oh, I forgot the exchange rate in Talladega to Vermont is 38.9. No one does it. I'm just kidding. But the exchange rate, that got me good. But like, man, like, first of all, for my Wednesday game, interestingly enough, I was actually looking for a game to DM. That's different. I think it's just because one of those things, going back to an answer I had before about, like, growing up, I didn't play this game, and I had this hole where I needed to fill it with. I didn't know what the hell to fill it with, and I always really liked writing creative stories, and I always like being a goofball and acting out and doing voices in class and making people laugh, and just taking all these things that I never knew that this was it, where I can create a world and I can create NPCs for my players to go in and interact with and solve puzzles in terms of not just puzzles like on a sheet of paper in terms of how to do this, but like puzzles, like real life puzzles of how this story comes together, and like in this steampunk world that I do, like some of my characters want to make things, and we're like, okay, but how do we make shit? Like, I don't know. Let's figure it out together. Oh my gosh! And like you talked about doing voices, like, is that a necessity? No, but like when I'm at work or I'm like driving home to and from work, like I'm practicing my voices for the day. Like I'm trying to make sure that my Russian accent is perfect for Jasper. Like, because I know my characters love my players love that shit, and I want to make sure that like we all collectively have fun together. And you know you're doing it right, man. And there's like, fucking, hey, dude, there's no cooler feeling than when your players are like, oh my gosh, is it next Wednesday yet? Like, that is tits. That is tits magoo, man. Like, that is the best feeling. I'm like, you guys, like, oh man, you spoil me with your love, man. Like, that's just so cool that they're excited to play the next game. Like, what's the next thing? Like, can we keep playing? Like, one more hour. Like, I love it. Like, it's so cool. And to have people that are really engaged and looking forward to playing and interacting in your world, man, that's just freaking cool, man. And like, I was a player in games, and I was like, I want to do this. And that's why I went on Roll20 and found someone who wanted me. And then they were like, yeah, let's do this. So it's been a fun ride ever since, man. And, yeah, just it feels good to have all these things float around my mind, actually put it into some sort of use that other people can enjoy, I guess. But, yeah, man, passion for it. If you don't have the passion for it, it ain't going to work whether you got volunteered to do it or not. It's going to get real bad real quick.
Right. Thanks for joining us, man. It's good to have you. Let us know how it goes.
Yeah, let us know how it goes. Check us out on Tuesdays and come back for another RDI. I think we do it every week, right?
Yeah, we try to. We did have a few weeks where we were down, but yeah, if you give us a follow, it'll notify you whenever we stream. So
yeah, give us a follow. Yeah, man, awesome.
Something that I thought of while you were talking, Carl, was like, being a DM can be very thankless, and as a player, you don't want to appear to be like a kiss ass or whatever, but thank your DM. When your DM does something you really enjoy, let them know you enjoyed it. You know, if the session went really well, or there was a particular thing that he implemented, and if you just really enjoyed it, give praise to your DM, and it's not kissing up. It's just like, the reward of a DM is seeing players have a good time, and like he said, when they say, I can't wait till the next game session, that's why I do this. But man, just a quick kudos goes so far. It's not kissing ass. They really need to hear it. Your DMs put in hours and hours and hours of work. It's not that players don't too, but whatever you're doing, your DM's probably doing 5, 10, 20 like, they're putting a lot more in. Thanks goes a long ways. So hashtag HotA DM.
HotA DM. hashtag thank you, Shaun, for all that you do. And welcome, Kyle. I'll do a plug. Like, I don't know if anyone understands, but like, everything about this, everything from what you're looking at right now, to our backgrounds and our characters, to making the videos, to putting videos together, to putting HotA together in the first place, to finding them, this is all Shaun Steele creations, man. And it's like, it's like, I tell you all the time, man, how much I appreciate everything that you do. Like, right now, we're doing RDI and a fireside chat. It looks like fucking Mortal Kombat here. We have our life bars at the top, and it's like, like, it's so cool, man. Like, I could never imagine, like, even when I first interviewed with this, like, how you had this all ready to go, man. So, hashtag HotA DM. You're freaking baller, dude. And on the reciprocal, it makes me want to do good. It makes me want to do good for my DM, and not just for the HotA side in terms of performance and streaming. Like, just, man, you gotta just appreciate the hell out of what you've done. So I'm in it to win it with you, my brother.
Awesome. It's been a pleasure having you, man. I love having you on the team.
Pleasure being in the HotA fam, my man.
Let's see. Broken Switch. Thank you for the compliment. Let's see. And work's done. What work? Did I miss something earlier?
I think they had to go to work and they came back. That's pretty great.
That's a short.
Oh no! Deacon was like kind of half listening to us, half in and out while they were at work.
Gotcha. So we got both ears now. That's good. Cricket to
They were only listening to me in the one ear. And they hear both of those.
All right. I have to go to the bathroom, so we're gonna take a quick break. It probably won't be the full 5 minutes, but we will be back here shortly, and then we'll talk about anything else you guys want to talk about. So think about some questions, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
I got a parry. I was just saying it was definitely food.
Oh, yeah.
I'll tell you after the stream.
Okay. Yeah. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking with us. Nature calls. I drank an entire pot of coffee, so I had to go really bad.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
So Broken is back with us. HTML programmer. You should do our website. Yeah. Yeah, we need to overhaul our website. We'll give you massive plugs. Advertising. Help us out. So, are there any active plans to get another group during the week or even early in the day? We do have upcoming plans. Kyle, give some plugs. What do we got coming down the pipe?
Oh my gosh, we got lots of stuff. I'll start with some of the basics, and then I'll go into the other things that we talked about just last night. Is that what we're talking about?
Sure. Yeah, plug our stuff. What do we got coming down the HotA channel?
Okay, so first of all, right now we're still in HotA session 0. We've been doing like 6 months of it, but it's all good. We've got a lot of good practice in, a lot of good story, a lot of tweaks. So when we launch this bad boy with the January 8th, 2019, start of the new year, the start of the campaign, the start of lots of fun stuff. So we're going to be doing a PvP tournament for projected to be the next day on January 9th. We already have 6 out of the 8 players. All the rules are up on HotA RPG. Again, you click on the little drop-down menu, click on PvP, shows you all the fun stuff on there. Submit your application. Shaun reviews it. Connor and I will review it as well because we're going to be the ones running the thing. Some of your MCs and commentators for the battles. Of course, we have RDI that we're going to continue to be doing on Wednesdays as well. And there's a lot of other fun stuff coming up, too. We talked about trying to get some other games going on in terms of, if you see on the website, HotA 2. I don't want to talk about that too much, but there's other games, too, in terms of probably maybe recording some, maybe streaming them live, but maybe starting off with just recording them first. One of them being like my game, another one possibly being Connor's game that we talked about, maybe the Monday game for... agency, lots of things in the meat grinder there that we're trying to figure out exactly how we're going to get them all going. But we want to get, HotA streaming 24/7, right, Shaun?
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah,
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like at least at some point, and have enough, content on there. But my games are on Wednesdays, and I'm thinking we're probably going to record those first, just so I can edit them and get them up there. Maybe switch over to more of a live thing, but. Yeah, lots of fun stuff coming up in the new year to be pretty excited about for the HotA fam.
Yes. So, yeah, we don't have a programmer, we don't have an editor, we don't have a graphic designer anymore. Everything is just, I do what I can. So, yeah, the website definitely needs some love. We would absolutely love to find somebody who could overhaul. There's a bunch of things that we want to add. We'd love to have a section with the players talking about, full bio on them, but then also a clickable thing about their characters, and go into like a blog where they can constantly be uploading new tidbits about their backstory that they're wanting to divulge, go into cursed items, backstory tie-in stuff. There's a lot of stuff we would love to add. This is the first website I've ever made, and I have no idea what I'm doing. So originally we started putting all the episodes on there. I think we're going to take those off and just have like YouTube links and Twitch links and stuff like that. Ooh, that'd be sweet. Yeah, dude. That would be great.
That would be amazing.
Yeah, we need help. We don't have a massive following base. We only have 107 followers. We only have like a dozen or so subscribers, so we don't have a lot of revenue source yet, but we do get a pretty decent consistent viewer base on Tuesdays for our games, and we could do advertising and stuff like that for your business. So we'd love to do like a help me help you kind of a thing. So if that's something you're interested in, let us know. Expand the HotA fam. Oh, that is true. College students. And there is a community college near me. I could see if anyone's interested in doing that.
Yep. But man, I mean that's all the things coming down the pike so far. But it's it's baby steps as we go. I mean, we're still all in our infant phase, I think, from ground up. But we're walking before we even crawled. I mean, if we were babies, we kind of skip crawling. We're just jumping right into walking, and we're gonna start running here soon. So that's pretty exciting, and I'm excited as a player and also part of the HotA fam as it is to see where we go from here. And 2019 cannot come soon enough, so we can launch this bad boy and shoot in outer space and take everyone with us that wants to come, man.
Yeah. But looking back originally, like where we started and where we're at now, man, we have come leaps and bounds.
Yeah. Oh my God.
None of us have professional training. None of us went to school for it. It was just, hey, I want to do this. You want to do it? Yeah, let's do it. And then we're doing it. Figuring it out as we go. Session zeros have gone forever. I mean, some campaigns don't even last as long as our session zeros have. But it's because we've all been learning. I had no idea how much entailed streaming and the software involved and the editing and the overlays and everything. But it's been a really fun journey. I've learned tons and tons of it. We are looking for other DMs to join the team and run groups. So if anybody watching does DM and it's something that you would like to do, you can reach out to us through search SteelX on DM SteelX on Roll20, or you can go through the website. There's a little bar on there where you can click to message me. We love looking for people. Our development team, we have a core group of people who've been with us since the beginning, but we're constantly bringing on new interns, and they can come and join and just kind of watch what we're doing. And if you keep showing up, and we'll give you little homework assignments for world creation and building encounters, stuff like that. If you do well, then we'll get you on the team officially. We are looking for more devs, so if that is something that you would like to do. And then also, if anybody wants to be a player, we are looking for players. All right, drink of choice. All right. Let's see. I love vodka. That is definitely my favorite drink. I usually mix it with some kind of energy drink, usually Red Bull or Rockstar, and then I like to put sour apple pucker schnapps in it to sweeten it up. So that's my favorite. Huge fan of Bud Light. I drink a lot of beer. Got a whole fridge full of it. Those are probably my two go-tos, but there isn't much I don't like. I don't really do shots anymore. I did when I was, in my 20s. But kind of went past that. The only thing I really shoot anymore is like Hornitos tequila. That's pretty much it. I don't do Fireball. I think Fireball's crap. What about you, Kyle?
I mean, I don't personally drink, but my character Finley, he is a connoisseur of many fine talents of wines and drinks and women. Those are his top three, and bit of a pipe smoker from a friend that he got a special pipe cane from that he cherishes dearly. But I would think since we develop our characters so much into our characters, like ourselves into our characters, I would have to think that Finley's drink of choice once we actually get to town, because truth be told, we've been out and about in the world for sessions for quite a long time now, so we haven't actually had like a 5-second tavern chill. But I would have to think that he is more of a, if I'm going to put myself into my character of Finley and Finley into me, more of a White Russian drinker. That was my go-to. That was my go-to when I was drinking. So talking about vodka and stuff, just a big heavy. If you ever watched The Big Lebowski, a big heavy dude influence there. Got the robe on, flippy flops. Just drinking White Russians, man. Just chilling in the world, and just the dude abides, and Finley abides too, man. So that would probably be Finley's go-to in game. Just jangling a White Russian around.
I've tried a lot of drinks. I bartend and serve for a job in real life. So I've made a lot of stuff. I've drank a lot of stuff. Most things I think are drinkable. I have my few things that I like to. I don't drink that many different drinks, though. I kind of have the things that I like the best, and that's just kind of what I stick to. Do serve a lot of wine too, so there are some reds that I really, really like. But it's really hit or miss. I don't like the bitter taste that is in some blends. I like sweeter stuff. I absolutely hate it when people chill red wine. It should be room temperature. I curse all of you that throw ice in your red wine. To each their own, but man, no, white wines are supposed to be chilled, not reds. But yeah, that's.
But I mean, back in the day when I was drinking, I mean, as you said before, I mean, I just kind of drink. I just whatever, just. That's what was in front of me, so that's what was consumed. But if I had a choice, and rum and cokes, I think those are always good too. Those are nice little just jangle. But yeah. Not much of a wine person back in the day, but I did get super wine drunk one time off of like some homemade wine. So that's one of those where like I forgot at the time, but like you don't forget that time in terms of like, holy shit.
Speaking of homemade, I've been doing a lot of research, and I'm thinking very strongly about getting into making mead at home. It's the simplest thing in the world to make. It's just honey, water, yeast, and anything you want to add to it later after it's gone through the first. From the
D&D perspective, and I don't drink, but from the D&D perspective, it is one thing. It's like, man, that could be like really cool to like drink some mead while we play the D&Ds, man.
Yeah, we could brand our own HotA mead. That'd be great. Yeah, mead's good. Mead's good, and it holds other flavors really well. It takes fruit really, really well. It's super easy to make. You don't have to cook it. You just throw it in, boost your yeast, and let it sit until it's good, and you transfer it twice, and you're done. It's really, really easy. Fun fact about mead. So back in the day, like the setting of like most D&D stuff without the magic, like back in that day when people always drank ale and mead and stuff like that. Most people, obviously they drank to get drunk, but why most people drank ale and mead kind of ales so much was because in the process that they would heat it up, it would kill the bacteria. So drinking ale, they would never get sick, but a lot of times their water it would get them sick. So people drank the ale because they didn't get sick unless they got drunk sick, But that's why it's so common in, old movies and stuff like that where everybody was always drinking all the time. It was because it was healthier to drink it because it was safer. Yeah, because it was cooked and the alcohol killed any bacteria in it. So, yeah, you live longer if you drink.
I kind of got off screen there for a second because you're like, and tally ho, a fun fact about mead, and like, you broke me there for a second, just for a moment, but just
I broke your smolder. All right, is there anything else you want to talk about? Anybody in the chat? Is there anything? This has been an absolute great experience. I'm loving streaming our stuff. These little sessions of talking to people, it's really fun to just kind of decompress. We all love D&D that's on the team, and we all talk about D&D all the time. So we're just like, well, why don't we just stream talking about it since we all talk about it anyway? Lots of people like talking about it too. So it's really fun to get feedback from people, and we love hearing questions. We're not the most experienced people out there, but we have gathered quite a bit collectively. We do know a lot of things that don't work. There's through trial and error, so we love getting questions from you guys, and we don't hesitate to share anything we've learned with you guys. I mean, there's no reason why we can't all grow and learn together, and D&D is starting to become more mainstream than it used to be.
Hell yeah.
I started playing back when it wasn't cool. Like you'd get beat up for being a nerd. But now being a nerd is cooler. It's why couldn't it be that way when I was a fucking kid? But whatever.
I wanted to beat you up. No one ever invited me to play.
I was a closet role player for a while because nobody could know, or I have a bloody nose or I'd steal my milk money. But yeah, there's just something so epic about fantasy, like just putting yourself in something great that isn't confined to your little realm of just shit. Like we all try to make a good life, but there's so many great things that are just locked in here. And when you learn how to just not care about what anybody thinks, about just opening that up, it is an amazing thing. And role playing has changed me as a person. I've become a much more confident person. I've become way more creative, way more personable with people. Learned just charisma stuff from playing characters who have to get along with other people. You learn a lot of life skills. So I mean, I don't understand why D&D isn't more popular, because it's a whole lot of fun. You get to do things you can't do in video games or watching movies. Because it's scripted, like you have to follow a set train. You get to do whatever the fuck you want, which is so good. And you can't do that in real life. You can't just go slay the mayor because he's a douche, but you can do it in D&D. It's so great that you can just live out these ambitions that you have inside of you, and you don't go to prison.
Well, and just to kind of piggyback off of that too, you don't go to prison for it. Honestly, man, if I was just living the same life that I was living, with you go to work and Friday rolls around and maybe you go out and drink with some people and you do that every Friday or every Saturday, like, is there anything wrong with any of that? No, there's not. There's not anything wrong with any of that. However, from doing that for before, I can tell you that I would much rather be doing this in terms of, like I said before, I look forward to hanging out with my friends on a Monday night for my game, or my Tuesday night for my game, and Wednesday nights like this. Like, did I look forward to the Friday night drinking things? Like, I mean, at the time, yeah, but when I compare the two now and look back at both of them, like, this is way better on, like, multiple angles. Like,
yeah, actually satisfying. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that was like hanging out with friends. I mean, this is like hanging out with friends to the 10th power, like exponentially better. Like, there's just so, I mean, you already listed so many good things about it too, where like, I think the reason that it's not as popular yet is that you still just got to get over the stigma of it, which some people just like have stigmas about sports or something. Like, they just like, I don't get sports, I don't get it. That's fine, that's okay. Like, other people get it and like sports. You know, some people just don't get D&D, and it's like, okay, I get it. You know, but I think what's really cool about this is, like, once you try it, man, and you get hooked, and you buy the first set of dice, and it's like, shit, I need more, and then I need minis, and then I need a book, and I need more friends. Like, it's just so good. Like, I can honestly not think of anything that has not been a positive experience about it.
And I've never met anybody who would not enjoy role-playing if they actually tried it. So many people won't even, oh, that's not something I would. How can you not like it? You gotta do anything you want to do. Anything. So it doesn't matter what you like to do. You can do it in D&D. I just don't get it. Grandpa was heavily Catholic and was part of a group that believed D&D was a satanic cult. Same, yep. I have a very religious background. Shunned that it was Satan worshipping. Yeah, it's a stigma we gotta break, guys. That's our duty as players. We gotta break the negative stigma. I mean, yeah, can you idolize anything? You can. You can make anything become something it shouldn't be. But we gotta start doing our part and telling people and showing people and putting out good content. That's one of the things we really focus on with our game is positivity and fun and edifying each other. All of us as a group, we spend just as much time, probably more time, talking just about getting to know each other and, you know, positively influence each other and becoming, you know, working our real relationships as we do playing the game. The game is fun and it's great, but it's about being in each other's lives and helping each other do what we want to do. And we just happen to have this thing in common, so we use this as a foundation. But yeah, it's not an evil thing. It is such a good thing to get together with people and do something collaboratively together. I mean, it's one of the best team building things you can do. You can do anything you want. You know, it's so great. That's the real magic of D&D. The real magic is
real magic. That's the real magic. Oh, that was very heartfelt. I like that. That's the real magic. That was nice. I mean, hey, dude, on top of that, like, some other stuff to just I'm thinking as we're sitting here, like, I hardly watch TV anymore. I mean, I hardly watch movies anymore. Like, I'll watch a movie if we go to the movies, right? I'll watch a TV show in terms of, like, binge watching it. But honestly, for the most part, if I'm watching something, it's to get more ideas about D&D and, like, how to make my game better. Right. Like, I'm watching like I just got done watching like some Sword Art Online. I'd never watched anime before. Sword Art Online, and then I watched some Full Metal Alchemist. I just watched the Castlevania stuff all on Netflix. I'm like binge watching, like, this is amazing. What is, like, why have I never watched this before? And I'm watching movies about, like, oh, that's a really cool concept. And really, I'm enjoying the show and all. It's not like but I don't watch like TV anymore. I can't tell you to watch on less than news. That's news is just fucking depressing. But like, if anything, I'm watching these shows not only for the entertainment, but I'm like, it's a really good idea.
Right. My world is now going to have this. Yeah. My player is now going to be doing this thing. Yeah.
And it's just taking everything to different levels of appreciation, especially when it comes to like watching those shows and like the story and how they come together. Like, it's all learning, man. Like, I always just watched movies before, just so I was like, all right, I mean, you know, this looks like a cool movie, let's watch it, and you enjoy it, but that's fine. And like just taking that example from that, and then taking it over to like other games like Trouble or Monopoly or like a board game. Like looking at them now, like those are kind of dumb. Like, I mean, they're fun and all. They were great back in the day, but like, I mean, like you just mash all this stuff into this game where it's like it's a board game, but it's more than just a board game. It's just pieces on a board for stuff, but it's like stories that you come up with and character creations and character interactions and people interactions and see what happens when you just throw all this out and let them all mix together again. Like, it's so fucking cool, and I look forward to it every week. Like, there's not many things, like I said before early in the program, that it's like I look forward to in the week.
Right.
Like, there's lots of stuff that I don't look forward to doing, like going to work in the morning, and that's pretty much the big one, or paying bills. Like, there's lots of things in this world that I don't look forward to doing, but D&D is on the list of things that I look forward to, probably one of the most. It's at the top.
And whatever it is that draws you in, whatever kind of character, whatever, I mean, we all watch movies and TV shows because of the story and the characters, and we want to get to be a part of it in some little way. But D&D is so much better because you don't just watch it, you get to be that character. So whether it be Han Solo from Star Wars, you watch Star Wars because of Han Solo and the things he does and the things he gets to do. Well, you can make that character in D&D, but you get to make all the decisions. You get to be the pilot. You don't just sit and watch. You get to have the fun that the actor is getting. In what other game or any facet of life can you get to do that? I mean, it could be Donatello from the Ninja Turtles. You could be that. You could be a turtle, and you could, do all that stuff. Anything, any character in any story that's ever been made, you can make in D&D. That's who your character could be, and you get to live and get to be that character, and it's just a magical experience of being whatever you want.
And another thing that brings up a really good point too is that when you really think about it, man, D&D can really bring like people from like different cultures and places and backgrounds, and just bring them in, man. Like, bring them into this thing that we can all play together. Like, that's really cool. Like, I can't really think of too many things that does that. Right. Like, for the most part, like, I could take this guy from over here and this girl from over here, and, like, all my friends before are very much like me in regards to, like, interests. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Like, a lot of my friends, I mean, they're my good friends, like, all live around me. But it's all, like clones of me in interest. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Like, we all like sports. And we all have shows that we watch, and we all there's ting, 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 ting. But all my D&D friends, we all come from all these different facets of life and things, and some are similar, but some are not. And man, the melting pot and the hodgepodge that's in there it's really cool. It's really cool. The magic. That's where the magic is. The real magic.
The real magic. That's gonna be a t-shirt.
Hashtag the real magic.
What do you guys want to talk about? Give us some, hashtag the real magic. Bandit Clan for life.
Bandit Clan for life.
Keep the topics and questions coming. We're at almost 3.5 hours. We can wrap this up if no one else has anything, but I'm okay to keep going if Kyle, you're okay. But we want feedback. What do you guys want us to talk about?
We had a little D&D love rant there for a little bit. But
it's so good, though. It's so good.
I love it so much.
People need to know. People need to know.
Hey, actually, hey. This could be a good topic.
No.
All right.
No, I'm okay. Go ahead.
My heartbreaking thought process is terminating. My thought was, oh goodness, heartbroken.
Yeah.
My thought was, and we can just ramble about this if anyone's listening or wants to ramble in with us, but without forcing people into it, what are some cool or creative or fun or different or interesting or collaborative or etc. ways to try to get people to play this game? someone that you've talked to about it before, or they've heard about it before. Like, we talked about the stigma. Like, how do people overcome that? Like, how, if I wanted to get a couple people from my friends list to be like, I really think that X, Y, and Z would really like D&D. I need to get them to play. How do I do that? Like, that kind of thing.
I think there's two tactics to work. Either, like, do whatever you can just to get them to show up and play. Make a character and try it. You know, whether it be bribing, whether it be guilting, a bet, or it could just be, hey, this is some, you know, just keep dogging them, and eventually they'll show up and try it out. That's one way. Another way to do it is, now that D&D is becoming more mainstream, there's people who stream and record stuff, like ourselves, but there's bigger ones too. The Critical Role, Acquisition Incorporated, there's some, you know, some bigger ones that are very high production value, you know, very established voice actors that can entertain well, can hold people. Getting them to maybe try watching that is maybe an easier transition because they don't have any responsibility. There's nothing they have to do, and hopefully something about it will catch them to where, like, all right, I'm in, what do I got to do? And then that way they come in interested instead of reluctant. I think that's maybe two ways of doing it. It can be really nerve-wracking for people when they first get into this. Like, you are role-playing somebody, like, some fantasy, like, what? Like, it's so hard for people, like, what do I do? Well, you can do anything you want. What do you want to do? I don't know. What can I do?
Right.
Like, you can do, like, it's so hard to get people to connect to that, to where, what do you want to do? You know, it's, because there is no other game like this. There's, like, your thing that you do, like Monopoly. You roll the dice, you go around the board, and you buy shit. You know, like, that's easy to do. But it can be very overwhelming for people getting into role-playing. And I think something that is a big turnoff is the rules. It is very hard to learn D&D. That's what I do like about 5th edition, is it's much more streamlined. Pathfinder was epic, but fuck it, the rules, man. It was like, you'd have to play for years before you knew everything. And it was still like, you'd have 16 books next to you because you'd have to look up stuff all the time. It was so much. 5th edition's really good for people who have never played before, and that was the whole focus when they made it, was, all right, how do we take this great concept and simplify it? So, new players, start them in 5th. If there's another edition that you want to go to, I would still start them in 5th, just so they can get their, you know,
feet wet. No, I mean, it's a good point because, you know, when it comes to games, myself included, like, there's certain people, that was more of a personal question, really, to see what other people thought, yourself included, of how to do. Because, like, it's like there's certain people that I'm like, you dropped, like, the little hints to. Like, I just really think you'd like it, and give it a shot, or watch this show, or something like that. You know, in terms of, like, games that I'm in, it's all like-minded individuals. It's not like it's that hard to convince other people to play if they want to play. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, that's a pretty easy one, but there's, like, it's like, how do you get, like you said, get the word out? We got to get the word out, man. I'm motivated now. I'm inspired by your words of excellence, Shaun, that I want to, you know, tell the masses and get them playing. And it's like, you know, the best place to start is in your own backyard. So, like, you know, for anyone else who watches this later or something, it's, you know, what can I do? Like, the one thing I thought of, is like, you know, eventually if you get someone down at the table, you know, 3 people, 4 people, the one thing I thought of was definitely, you know, obviously make it a one-shot kind of thing. Definitely have pre-gen characters. Like, just make this thing as streamlined as possible, because if they like it and they want to play, then you do character creation, and then I think they're just going to be hooked at that point. I think if you get them to play and they want to play more and they make a character, like, they're locked in. Like, that's just how I envision this going, because it's kind of how it was for me. I mean, I played Neverwinter, I watched Critical Role, I made a character, I played, locked in. Like, that was it, done. And everyone's different, but I just think that maybe for that first time, I really want to try to get like 3 or 4 people together, pre-gen them, one-shot it, straight and dirty, save the princess kind of thing, save the kid in the well, beat the bad guys, win the day, and see what sticks out of that. I mean, I don't know if that's right, if that's wrong, or
Mm-hmm.
but just getting there is the first part, and that's the first part I haven't really figured out.
Right.
Yeah,
I think simpler is better. If this is someone's first time playing, and you're there at the table with them, or if running the game or whatever, don't bog them down with the player handbook. I wouldn't even break that out. If you're like, you need to know this, and there's this rule, and this rule, and this rule, they're just going to be so overwhelmed by terminology that's common language for us, like initiative, and all these things that we're just like, I know what that is, and we talk about this for hours all the time. That's why I do talk show. But to other people, it's just over their head, and it can be very overwhelming. So just keep it simple. I like the pre-gen characters idea that you had. Don't even give them any responsibility. Just focus on having them have fun. Save the princess, kill the dragon. Or not, they probably shouldn't fight a dragon the first time, but you know what I mean. Like, kill the bad guy, save the princess, give them opportunities to do baby RP, and get them hooked on the simple basics of D&D, why we keep showing up. But don't overcomplicate it, and don't bog them with rules. I would even say, like, if they're making some big rule no-nos, just let it go on the first time.
Yeah.
Don't even say that's not how you do it, but we'll let it slide. Don't just whatever it is throw little things at them. Just try this, and whatever it is that gets them in where they're on the edge of their seat, or they're like, oh, and they're doing it. Just forget everything else and just do that. And then if they show up a second time, that's where you can start bringing it in. That okay, you're here again. This is how the game is played.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. I mean, and I was actually, as you were saying, and I was thinking too, like, I just need to get people at the table, Shaun. But like, just little things like wizard spells, right? Like on some real shit. You get them in there, they have a little mini combat, and they're moving on to the next thing. Like, just fucking reset everything. Like, there's no short rest, long rest. Like, don't go all that thing.
Mm-hmm.
Make it real simple. For the barbarian, it's just a D20 and a D12 for the Axeman. Like, just make this shit simple.
Yeah.
Like, less is more. I think at that point, for the wizard, just magic missile. Like, pick their spells for them.
Yeah.
Magic missiles. It's D4s. Have them roll fucking 8 D4s. They're gonna love that.
Yeah, no character sheet. Yeah, I love that. Give them. Yeah, I love that. Barbarian D20 D12. That's it. No modifiers. No. This is your health. This is your AC. Here's your 2 attacks. Like, I love that.
Yeah. I think it'd be cool. I feel like I have the 85% done. I just need the first 15% of like, how do I get my friends just to sit down with me? If I get them to sit down, I feel like I can lock them in.
Right.
To our world, but it's just finding not even necessarily the time. It's just a matter of like. It's almost like an Inception. Like Inception, you ever see that movie where it's like, you can't just go into someone's mind. Yeah. Right, you can't go in and just plant it. Right. Like, you have to think it's their idea, and then they're good.
Well, I think anything about spreading any kind of idea or product or service or anything is marketing. Like, people have to hear about something before they'll ever try it out. Like, commercials are huge, like billboard, all these things, just getting the information disseminated to somebody multiple times before they'll even entertain the idea of the product or service or whatever. It's the same thing with D&D. Like, you can't expect a friend of yours to want to come play on your first invite. Right. You know what I mean? Maybe like really concise anecdotes of like, and let me tell you something really cool that happened, and give a very summarized without going into any massive terminology of, we got to do this, and, and make it, inflate it up a little bit and make it seem really great. And like, oh, that's cool. I'm like, I'm glad it's happy for you, but just keep doing that. And eventually they'd be like, invite them to maybe, oh, what about this? They come watch the first time. They don't even have to play.
Mm-hmm.
If you already have a group playing, hey, just come hang out with us while we play. you know, and maybe they get to see. I actually did that with one of my groups. My buddy, his name was Kyle. That's funny. He came and played, and his wife didn't want to be at home by herself, so she came and hung out on the couch. And we're like, "Hey, you want to play?" She's like, "No, I'm just gonna be over here." She was sitting on the couch on her phone. But then we started playing, and we were having a really good time. And like, she like was still on the couch holding her phone for like that's, you know, that because that insecurity and that, you know, that weirdness, that role playing can be very strange to people who've never done it before. But she's sitting there holding her phone, and she's just watching the whole time, like, super interactive. And then towards the end, she was like, "Oh, what if you did it?" And then, like, we all look over, and she's like, "Nope, nope." Like, I can't be into it. But then the next week, she came again, and we got her to sit at the table, and she made a character, and then she was actually a player for like 4 months. So,
that's awesome.
Yeah. So I mean, just get people there, let them see. Just don't pressure them at all. Just invite them, and if they don't, you know, like, if they see you guys are having fun, they're probably gonna want to get involved. Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
So, Broken said, "Watch till the end or fall asleep trying." I love it. Love it, love it.
Dedication, Holmes.
Yeah. All right, Broken. We're gonna put the spotlight on you. What's your favorite part about D&D? And whatever answer you put, that's what we're gonna talk about. So it could be something super simple. What's your favorite part about D&D? So we will wait for you. But whilst waiting, Kyle, what are your ambitions for the HotA channel? What would you, in a perfect world, what would you like to do long term? Not tomorrow, but just if you could do anything and make it work, what would you want to do?
Character building. That was Broken's answer. Do you want me to hold up my question?
Yeah, let's go to that. Let's go to that.
Yeah.
Character building. Let's talk about that.
Favorite part about D&D is character building, as it is with a lot of my friends who play this game.
Let's talk about our process of character building.
And I love it too. What'd you say?
I said, why don't you talk about our process of character building?
Well, I'll just spill the beans on all of it. With our character building, at his peak, I was writing 5 pages per level. Oh, lordy. Like background story character building? Because that's amazing.
That's great. That's great.
Holy shit. I think I had like 5 sentences for like one character before. Like, he likes the woods and birds.
That's
Holy
great.
shit. That's fucking awesome.
We gotta get Broken Switch as a player on the channel.
Like deep in it. Well, first of all, in terms of character building, which it sounds like we're going to talk more of the story side of it, which is fine. That's cool. Because I mean, there is 2 sides. There's a story and then the sheet. You know what I mean? In terms of like the classes and things, but yeah, right. My one friend Nick has like 47 characters built, like just a ridiculous amount. Just I don't know if they all necessarily have full backstories, but at least they have the sheet done and make a story off of that. But for character building story wise, what we did for HotA was one of the very first things that we did was we kind of sat down all together and had a bonding moment, if you will. And we played some music, and we just kind of closed our eyes for a little bit and just kind of got lost in our own thoughts for a little bit and let the character, like the character's face and the character's story and the character's personality of yourself kind of come out and just formulate in your mind. You know, we're all playing D&D. We all use our imagination here. So this isn't weird or nothing. This is what it's about.
Yeah.
And, you know, we use our imagination and our inspirations and our thoughts and processes and kind of mold this person. And then after we had like a good visual on like who this person was and who they looked like and what they were going to be, we had questions that, you know, still keeping our eyes closed or actually kind of open because we had to write our answers down of like, you know, a question about what's their aspirations, what's their dreams, what's their goals, do they have family, do they not? And without talking, it was like what? Like it was 5 minutes of just music and then 5 minutes of just a question. So it was like 10, 15 minutes of just no talking. except for the
It
questions.
was longer than that. Like the total amount of, because we went through all the questions. It's probably
It was like 30 minutes.
at least, yeah. Yeah, it was
Yeah,
a long
yeah.
time. Anyway,
So no, and that was just for the character building side of it. I mean, that was just the foundations, the building blocks.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Then we formulated like what they look like and where they're from and where they've been and who they know and what they do and oh my gosh, like everything and like just it all was for a reason and all had a purpose so that again keep going back to that same phrase of when we play now it's not the character building concept was done in a way where it's not acting, it's just being. So it's so easy. It's like so easy to do to just jump right back into who you are. It's not, it's just a little bit different on, the outfit really. And then I'm not a 3-foot tall halfling. I have one inside of me and you can too. I had to plug that a little bit. I had to play me. Had to plug that a little bit, but go ahead, Shaun.
I didn't catch the segue on that.
Oh, I wanted to read what Broken was writing over there, but okay, I'll keep going.
Okay,
but I mean, just in terms of the background story, I mean, there's certainly character building on the sheet, which is certainly fun. I mean, lots of people like to just min-max, if you will, or OP it, if you will, but really try to get really cool concepts, like with multi-classing and thing. I mean, that's fun. There's nothing wrong with that at all. And not even just multi-classing, but thinking about like taking the HotA perspective out of how we made our characters, just like a basic, I'm going to make a character today. What do I want to do? Taking the race and the class and putting those together to make something really cool. Like, I don't know what it is right now, but like, I really have this fun character that I made in another game for like a one-shot or something where he's an ASMR Sun Soul monk. Like, I just love that combination, man. It's so DBZ. It's like uncanny. Like you have what's that?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The radiant energy and their monks that shoot fireballs. It's like, I love it. I don't know what it is about it. I just love it so much. But I mean, just the character build sheet wise of that is fun. And in terms of like, in processes of games, I'm gonna put my DM hat on again. When characters want to like multi-class and you really kind of weave that story of like how they're multi-classing. I don't necessarily like it when multi-classing happens just because it's like, I just want to multi-class. Like, I don't think that's really all that much fun. But when it has a story purpose to it and you can really make that work, I love.
I think we lost Kyle. Hopefully he comes back. I think his phone might have died actually because he's using his phone. Well, actually, I think we'll probably end the stream then because we are almost at the 4-hour mark. So, we appreciate everybody. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, can you still hear me? Am I there?
Oh, yep, you came back. I was just going to say, well, we'll end the stream, but you go ahead and conclude what you're saying. I thought you were going to be gone, so.
Oh, okay. Can you still see me at all, or am I gone? I'm just like gonzo.
No, you're...
Oh, there I am. Okay.
You're on.
I'm okay.
Yeah,
I have a little
blue screen.
Sorry about that, guys. But yeah, no, all I was saying was, with HotA, we had a full in-depth dive down to the deep end of the pool for the character thought process and the build. And a lot of that was done before we even rolled the dice. So, there's the sheet side and the story side, and yeah, it's really fun to do all of that. In my opinion, just
what was
mold.
Yeah, we flipped the traditional way that people make characters, and
right.
We did it backwards. We did the stats last. We did the rolls last. Yeah, I think we're good on stream. Yeah, we're good. So yeah, it was you guys made the characters, did the backstory, figured out who the hell you are, and then after that, then we did the rolling the stats, and we didn't do the 40-60-1 either. We did unique way, which I'll put in the chat if anyone's interested. But then after that, we went through each of the skills one by one and modified them from that point too. So it's really custom characters. Player rules. Let's see. If you go to HotARPG.com and then click on player rules, we have some of the stuff we use. But here, I will copy and paste. So instead of using the traditional 46D1 for the stats, that is the rule that we did. We integrated it into a macro into Roll20, so they were able to click it and it would just roll all of it together. And then if they didn't like the outcome of that, then they could take standard array as a backup. But so that's what we did. If you guys like the idea, feel free to utilize it. Let's see what else. Yeah, so that was a really fun way for you guys to make all of your characters. A little bit unique. Characters. A little unique way of doing something a little bit different. But I think in the long run, it really helped give some depth to your guys' characters. And
absolutely. And I even put in the chat there that we actually it's a great question. We actually had a full RDI session about all of these topics, like character creation with the story and then the stats and everything like that. So feel free to check that out on our YouTube channel, digging in the archives there, because they're all together. That there's the HotA campaign that you can find on YouTube if you look up HotA RPG, and there's RDI sprinkled in between the sessions there. So
I'm looking at the playlists. I'm gonna pull it up. Actually, I'll put the link. Character creation. Yep, here it is. All right, so here is the link. If anybody's curious of watching it.
Bam! That was quick. Look at you, just on point.
Bam!
Bam!
So that goes through pretty much everything we did for character creation. If you guys want to check that out, it's going to be a segment about this long because there was a lot to it. We also talk about like some do's and don'ts and some mistakes that you can make and stuff like that in there too, if I remember right. So it's some pretty good stuff. If you play D&D, then you'll probably get something out of it. Maybe learn a couple things. And yeah, we like to learn things from you guys too. So if there's anything that you guys want to say about do's and don'ts or things that you really like or stuff like that, we love to hear from you guys. We try to be really interactive with our community. D&D is fantastic, and we like to learn from everybody, and we try to teach each other stuff constantly too. So
yeah.
Do you want to talk about Finley a little bit? Maybe you don't have to go into anything spoiler, because if any of our other players watch this, we don't want them to find anything out. But let's rewind a little bit. Let's go back to when you made Finley. Maybe some things you were thinking about, or like this or this idea, but I went with this, and the reasons why. Like, how'd you come to the concept of Finley, and then go into who is he?
Do you want Kyle Finley to talk about Finley? Like that? That's not even a question. That's my favorite topic.
It's me.
Gosh, I mean, just starting back at the beginning, we were talking about character creation and the 5-minute silence with the music and like going into that part itself. I had like 3 people floating around in my mind. None of them had names. I kind of had some idea, like I had like 3 different people floating, and I had a couple different names floating, and a couple different character classes floating. Like there was like a lot floating around in there. And then as we sat there and just, I really started to think about like, who I wanted to be and what I wanted to play and what I wanted to challenge myself and what I was comfortable with and what I wanted to do, like just all these different things. And that 5-minute silent session really is where the Bard came out first in terms of wanting to be that class. That was probably the first decision that I made specific, and I mean, just kind of dominoed from there. Really, it was Bard, and I love the idea of just being one of the smaller characters. I have a lot of small characters for some reason, I have a halfling druid. I have a halfling bard. Everyone's favorite halfling bard.
Finley
love
shenanigan.
Fiddly shenanigan here. But yeah, it's just like kind of like just one thing melded into the other, and then after the two became one with the class and the race, I just started trying to picture what his face looked like and how his build was and who his influences were and all that, and kind of just really started just. And then once I had all that together, just threw a little bit of me in there in terms of the appearance and things. And honestly, I didn't come up with his name that night or late. I was like, it was a long time to come up with his name. In fact, once I even had it narrowed down, loved Finley. I just love that name, Finley. That whole kind of like you could break down and have a little nickname to it. But then even just the last name of Shenanigan, like that was the first one that came to my mind.
No, at first it was.
And then Mulligan. Mulligan was the other.
Yeah, Mulligan.
Yeah. And because I was trying to play off the whole, luck, and then I knew I wanted to do an Irish accent to him. Like as soon as I got Finley, I was like, all right, he's Irish. He's gonna be a little Irish halfling, which is great. Especially when I really hadn't practiced much of an Irish accent to begin with, but practice makes perfect. And I'm far from perfect yet, but
you're getting there.
So strong. Getting there, yeah. Thank you. I practice at work. Anyway, and in the car. But yeah, that was and in the shower. Well, of course. But yeah, that was actually like the final piece of the puzzle because I kind of felt like the last name kind of gave two different directions, almost, if you will. I felt like Shenanigan would be more of a Finley that was... They'd still be playful, but like Shenanigan, I mean, it's hijinks, it's getting into trouble, it's doing the unexpected things in a playful manner. Mulligan was going to be more of a Finley that was... a little bit more straightforward and a little bit more on par and a little bit more like luck oriented, if you will, like more of a luck of the Irish, like Finley Mulligan, like more like hard up in your face there, like that. Those were the two, and then I had to really think about that. I was on vacation. I took my bike on the beach. I was like, just had to get away for a little bit. I took like a really long beach drive and came back, and I was listening to music. I was just trying to figure out who Finley was. Yeah, man, that was definitely the most in-depth thought process who I wanted Finley to be. Looking back on it now, I'm definitely glad I picked Finley Shenanigan. I like the hijinksy more side because I think between the two, that was more like the last little like, do I feel more hijinksy or more mulligan-y? And I felt more hijinksy, So, yeah, that's just the name and the class and the character. Like that had nothing to do with backstory yet or anything. I just like who I wanted to be. Where again, I didn't have to be anything other than myself. And that was all through the character creation that you guys put together. I mean, I would have never thought to do all that. I mean, I've being a DM and stuff like that. I mean, I have a little bit more of appreciation and a little bit more of a understanding and thought process to have a little bit more teeth to your character than just a race and a class and a name. But I mean, I can make up a character in the next 5 minutes and be done. You know what I mean? And flesh out the rest of it. But this is the first time I was like fleshing it out in all of one to be who I like. Perfect. I just want he's perfect to me. And he thinks he is too. So it's it works out. Perfect in every way that a halfling can be. And that was before we even rolled a dice, man. That was, you know what I mean? So
that's been a focus I've been pushing since day one, day zero even. About like a character you can play or be. I said something along the lines of like being your character, and then you roleplay your real life or something. Do you remember what I said?
You said for the rest of the week when you're not here, you're role playing yourself, and then when you're here, you are your character. The other life, think of it that way. Your other life is where you're role playing that, and when you're here, this is who you actually like. Think of that perspective,
right?
And I mean, the way that we made our characters made it really easy to do that transition of, when Tuesday hits, it's easy as a switch, man. I mean, it's not anything difficult to put on my Finley boots. You know what I mean?
Right.
I can. They're pretty much on all the time anyway.
Right. Because real life happens, and like you have your good days, you have your bad days, you have your mandate. And when you're having to role play a character who is nothing in common with like that you don't have that intimate connection with. Some days you just don't feel like being that character, and that was something that I'd seen before, and I wanted to find a creative way of you guys coming up with characters, because I don't make the characters, you guys make the characters. For you coming up with a system, guidelines for you guys to follow for making a character where it's like it doesn't matter what kind of week you had, or what your day at work, or how your relationship with your wife or your friends, that there would never be a day where it's just like, you know what, today I just don't feel like playing Finley. It's just,
that'll never happen.
You just get to be the exciting sides of yourself that no matter how the world's going, that you will be like, you know what, I get to do this, not I have to do it. I get to be these parts of me that I don't get to be, and this is my outlet, and I'm gonna do it. To where it's kind of weird, but like not that I want you guys to have a bad day, but the worst of a day you had, like you play your characters better, you play your characters harder, because it's like, you know what, everything's going to shit. This is my moment to be something good. I have control over this small aspect of my life. I don't know if that makes sense, but
it does. No, I mean, it definitely does in terms of like, the thought process of, I don't want to play Finley today would never cross my mind.
Good.
You know what I mean? And that's a really good way for you to put that out there in terms of, you can't tell me that there's not people out there where it's like, I just don't really feel like playing today. That's terrible. And I mean, it's a matter of like how invested you are with that character connection, which is what you were striving for, and definitely, I think, in my opinion, achieved. And there's other games where you hate to admit it, but it's like, I just don't feel like playing today. That's terrible. D&D is like something, again, we talked about, it's like the thing that you look forward to the most. So that was the thing that you look forward to, like now all of a sudden, like I just don't even want to do that today. And that, I think that definitely comes down to character creation with the story, because let me put it to you this way. This is a great concept you just put up. I had epiphany. Okay? You want to talk about people who like to make characters, and again, I'm going to, what's that?
So you're lagging out a little bit.
Oh, how about now?
Since it's an epiphany idea, let's let it smooth. I don't want to miss it.
Okay. All right. I'm shorting out. I'm still lagging. I'm not lagging. Am I still lagging?
You're coming through now. Okay, go ahead.
I'm good? Okay. The epiphany is, I'm going to preface this by saying, again, D&D is your game. It's you play it, and it's your fun however you want, right? If your fun is character creation and trying to come up with the best OP thing that you can, and you want to do, and that's awesome. Like, there's nothing wrong with that, okay? What I will say, here's my epiphany. What I will say is I can guarantee you that, gosh damn it.
Robot.
Oh, okay, it's in the chat. Okay, I thought you said I was roboting.
You sound like a robot when you lag out. I can guarantee.
I can guarantee world domination. Just cut me off if I lag again. Okay. And I'll stop and see if it resets.
No, you're good right now.
So, the point I was trying to make was, in my opinion, with this conversation we just had, the epiphany that I'm having is that if you had to split a character into two, which is story and sheet, right? People who are more invested in their story would never say, I don't feel like playing today. You can have the best sheet that you want, and they're amazing in combat, and they're really good at athletic checks or charisma checks or what the fuck, right? The sheet is great, but if the story part of the character isn't there, I think you would run into more of the situations where it's, I don't know, I mean, I don't really feel like playing today. I could have the shittiest sheet ever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Honestly, like terrible rolls, whatever happened over here, I'm terrible at everything. But
almost as bad as your internet connection. Yeah. A character sheet is as bad as your lag.
It's not to be this long. I'm in the basement for crying. I've been good so far. If it's only lagging now after 4 hours, I think we're doing good. But
yeah.
But my point is that I would put money on if you talk to 100 people and ask them, have they ever had a day where they just said, like, I don't feel like playing D&D today? If it's a character that the second part of the question of that survey would be, how interested or invested are you in your character's backstory or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would put a lot of money on saying that for the most part, people who say that they don't really feel like playing today or have ever said that probably don't really have all that much of a story.
Mm-hmm. And they don't have that much of themselves in the character. That was the main thing. Is I don't care who the hell you are, but you have to have a massive portion of yourself in this character because people like themselves. Flaws and all, we justify all of that. We love being us. We love people talking about us. We love talking about ourselves to other people. So if your character is you, you're going to love to be your character. You're going to love to talk to NPCs and other players. You're going to love them asking questions about you.
You are literally playing the game.
Right.
You know? And when you said that, you know, if there was ever a day that you're like, I just don't feel like playing Finland today.
Yeah.
I just don't see that happening. Like, because regardless of what the hell my sheet looks like, right?
Mm-hmm.
I care more about I care more about my character. I care more about my story. I care more about where we're going, what we're doing. Like the sheet's just there when shit goes down, right? When I have to do something or I have to fight something, that's fine. But again, if you tell the two out, would you rather have a really good character or a really good sheet and a really good sheet and a shitty story?
Mm-hmm.
I bet you the people that have a good sheet and a shitty story are in that same boat of, I mean, if we play today, sure, if not, no big deal.
Mm-hmm.
And I bet you have a really good story and a shitty sheet, I bet you they probably don't miss a game.
Mm-hmm. And that doesn't mean you have to have a shitty sheet, you know, but don't prioritize the sheet part. That's why we rolled stats last. That's why we did the sheet very last. Just because, I mean, your first step as this character needs to be towards the right path. You know what I mean? So if you start off with mechanics and dice rolls and stats, that's going to be the foundation of the character, which is unrelatable and which isn't fun except in combat. But it's a role-playing game. You do combat as well, but it's not a combat game. It's a role-playing game, and you get to do combat when it's needed. I mean, there was... I don't remember how many it was like 3 or 4 sessions in a row where you guys didn't even do combat. There was encounters there, but you guys were just so focused on being your characters and role-playing well that you found ways of not getting into combat just because in the moment the combat would have been the lesser of two choices. So you guys went with the diplomatic or the scheming or these other ways. The combat would have been fine, and I was planning on it being combat, but the way you guys went was a non-combat route, and I think everybody had a better experience because of it. It's not that combat's not fun. I mean, sometimes you just want to hobo slay, like there is a time and a place for it, but yeah, you guys do a great job of being your characters, and it's so much fun to watch you guys get to thrive in a really fantasy environment.
Mm-hmm. We're just getting started, brother.
January 8th is when it officially starts. Little plug there.
I'm excited and scared at the same time. Like my nibbles are hard, but I also piss myself. Like I'm on both ends of the spectrum, so it's cool. It's a good fun to be in.
Yeah. Let's see. Broken, if you're still with us, let us know you're still there. Give us a little comment or two. We'd love to hear from you about what we think of you. I don't know if this is the first time you've watched us. So I'm the DM. Kyle's one of the 4 players, and then we have a big dev team who's part of the fam as well, but they don't get tons of screen time. But what do you think so far about our channel and our how we set everything up? We love to getting feedback from people. I'm interested if there's anything else you. I thought that was him. Barely conscious. Oh, gotcha. That's fair enough.
I think that's a good cue for us, but maybe. I mean, I'm pretty good.
You good? All right. Yeah, we can end it then.
Yeah. Do you have anything else at all? I mean.
No, I'm good.
I think it does. It does get better every week. We're trying to get better as we go here. So, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It gets better every week, man. We're trying to get better, and again, that January 8th, man, it's gonna be crazy. Tell your mom, tell your friends. Jesus, I'm so scared.
Why?
But in a good way. It's a good way. I don't know, because
okay.
It's the start of the campaign. It's like I'm nervous and scared all at the same time. I'm ready to jump in.
What do you think's gonna happen? What are your thoughts, or your preconceived ideas, or your anticipations?
Preconceived notions. I mean, just from a story aspect, and knowing a little bit about the lore of the world and everything, and being in the world, and I mean, I just feel like some shit's gonna go down. If no one feels like shit's gonna go down, you're like, no one's paying attention. Like, okay. What's surreal, man? Like, I mean, everyone's gathering their forces, and Ivan's doing his thing. Like, there's lots of things going on. So,
Apocalypse is in the game name.
It is there in your face. Yeah. So, but no, I'm like I said, I am on both ends of the spectrum. My nipples are hard, and I piss myself. I think it's about as best of a description as I'm gonna get.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Kyle, for joining us. I had a lot of fun tonight. Thanks for all the viewers who were here earlier.
Yes.
Or anyone watching this later on, after it's uploaded. So, last plugs. Give us a follow. Subscribe. It would really help us out.
Yes.
Tuesdays.
Thank you to everyone. Thank you to everyone who did subscribe and gave us some cheers along the way. And Broken hung out to the end here, which is awesome. And we had some of my friends from before with subscriptions and cheers and lots of fun things happening this evening. It was a good time, and lots of people chiming in. So
yeah,
I cut my team off. So continue. Go ahead.
No, it's good. Tuesday nights, 6:30 p.m. Pacific time. We have our campaign. Wednesdays, not every week, but we're trying to get it more regular. We're going to be doing this talk show, Red Dragon Inn. We have upcoming PvP tournament that we're going to be doing. Eventually, we're hopefully going to get some other campaigns going on the stream as well. So, lots of fun stuff. If you want to get part of the team, reach out to us. We have our website, HotARPG.com. You can reach us there. We're looking for devs, players, or anybody who wants to DM. So thanks everybody for being with us. We love the interaction, and we will catch you guys next Tuesday.
Bye, guys. Thank you, everyone. Everyone, you're awesome. Have a good night. Morning. Bye.
Bye. Bye.